Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
Welcome everyone to the 3D Motion Show. I am your host, Matthias Omatola, here in LA at Maxon Studios, or at least this Maxon studio. We are pretty global. I want to say we had an amazing NAB. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time or don't know what NAB is, it's the National Broadcasters Association happening in Vegas. It has been one of the largest shows in the world of broadcast and entertainment technology, and it has been dormant like so many other things for the last 2 years. This year, we actually got to have it, and it was amazing. We also have the replays from that show. So if you weren't there and you missed it, or you only caught a couple of the presentations, you can go check those out in our archive. They were phenomenal presentations. I missed everyone. So welcome back, creatives. We are going to stay connected and keep growing now with live shows as well as the 3D Motion Show. Speaking of live shows, for those of you who in the East Coast, Boston area, I will be attending along with Amanda Gaudreau, the How Design Conference. So if you are in that area and you are attending the How Design Conference, come say hello. We'll be there and showcasing all of what we can with Maxon One. Now, other things that have been happening in the world of the Maxon family is the Maxon Summit. Fortunately, I was on recovery mode post NAB, as many of us were, but somebody from our team that was able to attend, who has some news and some things to share from there, is our very own Michael Zalapsky. So, Michael, brother, welcome to the show.
Hello, it's good to be back on here.
Yeah, man.
I just love this show. Even when I was a user for the past decades or so, I've always liked Maxon streaming shows, and so here I am on it.
Yay! That that warms my creative heart.
I know.
that is. Every time I saw somebody actually saw me and was like, "Hey, I saw you on the show," and it wasn't at a main event. I was like, "Oh."
It's just so good. Like it's this show is great. It's like the artists that are on this show are so generous in sharing their workflow tips. And that's what I like about the motion design community in general. It's just people don't care to hoard their secrets. They're just like, "Yep, here's how I did it." It's great.
No, it's phenomenal. Speaking of secrets, the Maxon Summit. Yeah,
oh, so many secrets.
What are all the things you can't say?
No, I did get to go to the Maxon Summit. It was a week of a bajillion Maxon employees from across all their different offices.
Now?
Like all
1 bajillion.
No, there's like 300. No, it was like only like 100 some folks who were there. Right. But it was like we had folks from ZBrush, folks from Cinema 4D, folks from Red Giant, folks from Redshift, folks from Forger. Plus, we had our IT support people, marketing people, and project management people. Like everyone was there, the quality control folks, and everyone was together in the same space, like being creative, thinking. Like the whole goal was for us to, not just come together so that in person you can work. You just learn more how other people are, like personality-wise, that you don't get from just talking through a square on a computer screen. And so then it helps you work better as a team, but also just to brainstorm ways to be more efficient, to have more stable software, build up workflows as we're making these tools so that we can put as much effort as we can into making just better tools for our artists to use. That's the whole goal. Maxon makes creative, we make superior creative tools for artists. And that was the whole goal of that week, was how can we do that better? How can we provide better support? How can we get the message out about what tools are useful for your workflow? Just all kinds of really good things like that. And I was sitting down in a cafe in a small German town chatting with Jeremy from the Trap Code team. We were just chatting about random stuff. But as all often happens with Maxon folks, it came back to the tools that we make. And we just started chatting about what kind of cool things we'd like to see in particular. And there's like that kind of cool creative conversation. Just it doesn't happen. You have to like schedule a Teams meeting and blah blah blah, and look through a little square. Like it's just the creativity and excitement that was at the summit was just fantastic, and maybe got some good suggestions in for some new stuff in Traffic Code Particulars someday soon.
Oh,
Hopefully.
right. Yeah, I put in a couple requests myself with Chad at NAB, and that was another thing at NAB. Same thing, but that was more interaction with artists and trying to bring together the artist and our dev teams, exec teams, and everything else, so everybody's voice could be heard in not just an email format, like you're saying. It's a much better experience. It's just more exciting. It's just more fresh. It's just, I don't know. It's just better to be able to like hang out and chat. And it was a very exciting time. There was a lot of really good progress was made, and some good plans were put in place so that you, our artists who use our tools, will have better stuff in the future. Yeah. Well, next year, let's do it in Jamaica, and I will make sure to make it. Just keep it, or someplace tropical. Get me out. But we do have other like big news and support, like Redshift support for AMD. So that was one of the big things that was announced, and that was on the second day of NAB. So for select AMD Radeon Pro graphics cards. So this is one of the big efforts to have Redshift everywhere in the hands of every artist on every DCC application, with the ability to take advantage and of all capabilities of their hardware. So that's one of the big things is expanding that support and being able to get Redshift on all the different platforms. You can talk. Go ahead.
I was going to say that happening on day 2 of NAB. Like a lot of people missed it, but if you're on Windows and you have certain AMD cards, you can use Redshift on the GPU now, which is huge. And if you don't have a good GPU, also in Cinema 4D now, you've got Redshift on the CPU, so you can build materials with this, the great rendering quality of Redshift without even having a great GPU. It's great.
Yeah, and I heard, I was just talking to Ron and our tech support team that the way that it works with CPU is like even the preview window. So it's like programmed, even more intelligently, where sometimes the previews getting updated, like little things like that were, might have been slight annoyances that has been kind of like offloaded. So some pretty cool things. So I'm really looking forward to working.
Yeah, and another announcement that got kind of missed in all the excitement of all the NAB stuff was that Trapcode suite is now supported on the M1 chip. So if you have Apple Silicon, the vast majority of the Red Giant tools are now M1 compatible as well. We're missing No Light Factory and Pluralize. But otherwise, we're pretty much good to go on M1 across all the Red Giant tool set, which is nice.
Huge. That is huge. So why don't you talk to us a little bit on the creative side of but with Raptors? What we got going on?
Yes,
talk to me, but with Raptors.
So there was an episode. If you haven't been watching VFX and Chill, folks, it's just a ton of fun. It's Hashi and Seth who have vastly different, amazing experiences with doing visual effects, come together and just basically try to make Hollywood grade VFX just live in front of your very eyes. And for fun, they decided to replace Tom Cruise with a Velociraptor because the Jurassic World trailer had come out and it looked like this is basically Mission Impossible but with raptors. And someone I forget who was like, "Well, why don't we just put a Velociraptor into the Mission Impossible trailer?" And blah blah blah. So anyway, that was funny, haha. And we did the April Fool's joke that we were releasing Universe Raptorize as the new tool in Red Giant Universe, where you could change Tom Cruise and any footage you might have of Tom Cruise into Velociraptor, which was haha funny. But then like it kind of blew up and took off like in an unexpected way. And so Seth and Hashi's just started putting raptors in everything.
It works.
Oh yeah.
Apparently it works.
Like if you look at this, like they replaced Ansel, whatever his name is, in West Side Story with Velociraptor. And if you looked at the social media traffic for Red Giant, like there was a pretty big bump for April Fool's that would have normally been a huge spike. But then the West Side Story one went out and it was like this massive spike that dwarfed anything that had come. But so people are really loving it. So, hey, if you're on Instagram or Twitter, I mean, I don't know if you've heard of them, people, but Instagram and Twitter are places where you can share cool things. Anyway, if you follow But with Raptors, you'll get pretty much daily dose of some Hollywood person swapped out with a Velociraptor. And it is hard to describe, but it's hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, so far my favorite was 3 Men and a Raptor.
I like the Psycho one, where it's just you just see the silhouette of the raptor with the blade in the shot. But there's so many good ones. It's really hard to pick favorites.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to also say a big thank you to our sponsors for helping to make this show what it is. It's one of the big things about this is we are a collective creative community, and we have some support from amazing companies such as our main sponsor for this year, who came on again at our biggest platinum level, is Dell and NVIDIA. So thank you so much for joining us and sponsoring this year's 3D Motion Show, this season's 3D Motion Show, along with Tool Farms. And just recently signed in is our good friends at Sense Labs. They are makers of amazing, pen tablets. So if you don't have a tablet, you're looking to dive into ZBrush, get going with your sculpting and everything else. I recently just started using a tablet. Paul Gabori, our very own from ZBrush, got me started. This was my first tablet I got my hands on and started working with it. And they're going to be giving away several throughout the year, so you don't have to wait to the end. We're going to start giving those out here at upcoming shows. So just wanted to welcome them to the show and say a big thank you for sponsoring us and the creative community here.
Oh yeah, tablets are so important for any sort of painty, sculpty stuff. Like if you're using ZBrush or even Photoshop and you're getting into painting stuff, it's so much better to draw with a pen versus a potato.
Oh yeah, it is a game changer. It really is.
Yeah.
Let's go through, like I said, I'm going to be in Boston for the How Design conference this upcoming weekend, starting at the 22nd this Sunday. So I'll be there. So definitely check me out if you can. Come visit, say hello. I'll probably have some swag, some goodies, maybe a couple, mouse pads and things like that. You want a mouse pad. But there are a number of other events still going on online with our training team, VFX and Chill. Michael, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Oh, sure. Yeah, VFX and Chill is every Friday at 10 Pacific or noon if you live near Nashville like me. It's, like I said, Seth and Hashi break down popular visual effects, frequently based on suggestions from you, our audience. So yeah, tune in. I'm there helping drop After Effects and Cinema 4D knowledge and history and little quick tips, as well as just kind of overall moderating and being the voice of the chat. But it's not just that. If you are wanting to make your color work better, we have Maxon Color every first and third Thursday. So tomorrow is another one. And this is a very special episode of Max on Color. And I say Max on Color with that break because it's not Max on Color. It's Max is the name of our colorist guru. Max Raharjo is on there. And there's a special episode. He's got a dude called Diego on who has done a lot of high profile stuff for a bunch of different clients. And he was on last show. He's coming back. And this time they're going to be looking at your grading work. If you go to the Maxon Color link on our site, you can download some footage, color grade it, and turn it in, and they'll be going through, and 5 lucky folks are going to get some limited edition swag for having great color grades. Yeah,
I'm gonna toss that in the chat right now. There it is. Boom. Check it out.
Boom. Yeah, so that's going to be a ton of fun, getting to show off the work that you've done. Then also, so there's that Maxon Color is tomorrow. VFX, so hurry up and get your color grades done. And VFX and Chills on Friday, and then every Monday they have the training team has a demystifying post-production course. This particular month in May, they're doing Redshift Challenge, which is where they say, hey, why don't you make this cool scene, but you can't do this or you can't do that. It's like a cooking show where they say, here's a limited number of ingredients you can use, make something amazing. And so that's what they're doing. So they're saying, hey, you can only use one light, make a cool scene, or you can't use procedural textures, make a cool scene, stuff like that. So it's a really cool way to see how flexible Redshift can be. Maybe you'll pick up some new, cool techniques if you're into Redshift, you're like always rely on the same sort of thing over and over and over again. This is a great little series to help you kind of break out from that kind of rut and try new things. Then, of course, there's Ask the Trainer. We're doing ZBrush coming up. So if you've got questions about ZBrush, May 26th is going to be the day to bring your ZBrush questions to the training team.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michael. Hopefully we do more of these in the future. I know I'm looking at a couple events out your way, so we'll be able to meet up in person and hang out with the creative community out in your neck of the woods. But until then, folks, we're going to get started here with our next presenter. And I have to tell you, you're in for a real treat. You're dealing with digital portraitures, and if you're into character This is an amazing character artist. Love working with this gentleman. Mehdi Hattie is going to be joining us next as our first presenter. So stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break, and we will see you with our first presentation right after that.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Let's start at the beginning. I'm Caitlin. I'm really excited that you're joining me for Brush Up. Pretty awesome. Big fan of this. Let's crank this brush up bigger. Add life to those illustrations. What do I have going on here? This little guy right here. Maybe I should make him pink instead. Now that I like. It's pretty cute. Now this is a fun one. You can play around with drawings that you might already have. Does this look good? Does this look right? With my reference screen, I can see the whole thing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Little isometric view. A little bit of grass here. I am a rat enthusiast. Procreate, illustration, and animation. Simple as that, and it's all perfect. This is going to be a great resource for you. You'll be inspired and equipped to tackle your own creative projects right away. Grab your iPad and your Apple Pencil and let's brush up. Boom. Roll credits.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to get started with our first presenter, Mehdi Hadi. Now, for those of you who are into character design, you're in for a real treat. Mehdi has been on the show with us several times in the past, and every time has shown amazing techniques that have blown my mind on how simple you can, use the tools within cinema to get some really dramatic looks. So, starting off with Mehdi Hadi.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to be back at the 3D Motion Show. I would like to thank Matthias and the Maxon team for inviting me back. So let me introduce myself. My name is Mehdi Hadi. I am a 3D designer and director living in Paris, in France. In my career, I work on many different projects for the cinema industry, television and video games. But my real passion lies in the creation of personal projects. And I wanted to share with you guys my latest film that allowed me to develop my process in terms of character creation. So let's watch No Mankind. That was No Mankind, and I really hope that you like it. So we are going to talk about character creation and especially portraiture. I'm going to share with you guys my process for creating cinematographic portraits. Here are some examples that what I'm going to share with you guys. So enough talking, let's jump into Cinema 4D. So we are in Cinema 4D now, and we're going to import the model. I'm going to my file explorer, and I'm going to take the base mesh, OBJ, and take the male average head. You have to upscale the model by 100 to have the right scale, otherwise it's going to be too small, right? So now we have the correct scale. Okay, so I'm going to delete the texture. I don't want that, I don't need it, and I'm going to first place the eyeball, because it's going to help us to not be wrong with our volume. So let's create a sphere, downscale it. I'm going to orient this sphere correctly, so 90 degrees, like so. And you can see the mesh, the tip of the sphere is facing us, so this is good. And I'm going to use the symmetry tool. So symmetry, symmetry, and just place the eyeball correctly in their sockets. I think that's fine. And now we're going to make this model more interesting. You can gather as much reference as you want on Pinterest. This is the free version, or you can also dive into Shot Deck and try to have nice references. So I gather my references on the side. I'm not really sure where I'm going to go with his face. Just going to adjust some of his facial feature, and we're going to see what we're going to have at the end. So I'm going to my sculpting layout. Okay, and I'm not going to use a lot of tool. Basically, it's just the draw, grab, the pinch, the knife, and the inflate. I don't use a lot of tool. So the thing I want to do with it is to make it more badass. So this is what I'm going to do. So be kind of careful with all the sculpting phase, because you can get off the rail pretty easily. So it's always good to have kind of a control on what you do with your sculpting and your model. So I want my character to be kind of buff, beefy guy, kind of a killer. So I pressed Alt X to use the symmetry, and I need to subdivide the model once just to make it a sculpting object, and now I can just sculpt my character the way I want. So let's move some shape, and I'm going to fast forward all this part, and we'll see what the result is after all that is done. Okay, so now we're going to kind of make our set, right? So this is going to be a very simple setup. Basically, I'm going to make a wall behind him, and he's going to wear a jacket. Actually, it's going to be the jacket from the free model on the 3D Scan store. So let's start making that. So basically, very simple. Make a plane, right? Just rotate it. Like so. So I'm going to import a jacket. So obj jacket, and remember to scale the imports to 100 centimeters, because otherwise you won't going to have the correct scale. So it opened in the new scene. I'm going to copy paste that into this scene, and now he have a jacket. So we might have to make some adjustments to the jacket, right? Because he's have such a huge neck that it doesn't really fit into the into the jacket. So I'm going just to open a little bit his jacket. Just make few adjustments, very little. So now I think it's good. Okay, so now our character has have a jacket. So I'm going to the settings, in output, and in film aspect I'm going to use the Panavision, okay, which is a 2:39 aspect ratio, and I'm going to lock this ratio and to change the width to 2560. Okay, so I'm going to be sure to have the correct framing by completely make this side panel total black. Okay, so now I can adjust the camera angle, and what I'm going to do here is to make a few, actually basically like 3 camera angle will suffice. So this is the first camera, okay, and we're going to start renaming our scene just to have a clear vision of what we're doing here. So this is, I'm going to call this character Bob, eyeball, and we're going to make kind of a cool eye just in the shading, because we don't really going to use his eyes. That's why this is not a real high setup. Maybe I will do that in the next tutorial, but for now it's just a tool to place his eyeball. The plane is going to be the wall, and this is the jacket. So this is going to be the shot cam 01. Okay, and for portrait, often we tend to use a large focal length, so I never go under 60 basically, because we want to have that really nice flat view of our model. Because if you use, for example, a 15 mm lens you will have a totally different look. This is not a look that I want to have on a cinematic portrait, right? It can have his appeal. It can be pleasing to some people, but for me at least, I don't like that. So I always prefer to have at least an 80 mil focal length. So I duplicate that cam, and this is going to be my second shot cam, and that I'm going to maybe be more frontal with it, like so. Another in which I'm going to be more, and every cam change really the kind of expression of the character. Okay, now we have basically three angle view, and what we can do, the last thing about our scene setup, is to be able to change the orientation of his head. This is something I like to do because I don't really like to have a straight face, because, well, even if it's 3D and everything is kind of fake, subtle change on the model can change the way you view an image. It can be as subtle as a look, a direction of the eye, or just a direction of the head, right? If the guy look at his right, well, that is implying kind of a storytelling, because it look at something, so it make this scene more interesting to watch, okay, than just have his head face forward. That can be boring sometimes. So I don't going to make a setup because it's just an image, but what I'm going to do is to use only two deformer. This is the deformer I use often when I have to make faces. The twist deformer, which is going to allow me to just orient his face left to right, and so let's do that right now. Alright, so I just have to place it like in the angle of his neck, right? Look at that's a nice face. You would say hello to him on the subway, right? So let's back to work. Focus. So I'm going to make that as a child of Bob, and as you can see, if I try to make any changes, it won't work, right? Why? Because the sculpt tag is on, so that does not allow us to make any deformation, but we have an option to allow that, right? So you're going to check the freeze tab and the allow deformation, and now we can have deformation on our model. So the eyes does not follow the twist, so that's normal. What we can do to solve this problem is just to making a group. So we're going to make a null. I'm going to change the name of this null to character, or just Bob, and I'm going to move everything that's related to Bob's face, so his head and his eyes, and make the twist a child of the null object, so like that is going to affect everything below. So now the eye move correctly. Okay, and we're going to having that kind of rotation is cool, but it's not the right. It's not very natural. Okay, it's like he's going to pop up his neck like. No, this is not the good way to go. We're going to use another deformer, which is the bend. The pro tip, if you stay with the shift key, okay, on the keyboard, if you tap that and you use the bend is going to have the same size of the twist, like that. You won't have to change manually the scale of the bend. So now we can adjust the his neck, his head orientation. So he have a very long neck because the keep length is unchecked. So just check that, and now we can be quite subtle with our neck rotation, right? So now it can look up, you can look down, and you have to be careful about this kind of deformation. You see, okay? So be aware of that. The thing that can really impact your model is the deformation. I'm sorry, is the order in which you use the bend and twist. So if I put the twist above the bend, the deformation will be better that way. And another pro tip: if you lose your camera angle, okay, you can always go to view, and the shortcut for that is Control Shift Z. But since I use Parsec to make this tutorial, I don't have that option, so I'm just going to click manually there to kind of get back my camera angle. So now I'm good, right? I can deform the head. Okay, so I'm quite happy with that direction right there. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do about the scene is the eye. So as I told you before, I didn't really focus on the eye because I want him to have kind of a mechanical eye. Okay, like Batu in Ghost in the Shell, for example, and he has that really iconic look with his round metallic tech robot eyes. So I would like to make that kind of character. So I'm going to place the eye in his head and make few adjustments in the sculpt just to make it fit correctly. So we're going to use a okay, so for his eyes I'm going to use a free pack of kit bash made by a very kind person. His name is Nikita M on ArtStation. So you should go to his profile, be subscribed, or I don't know, but he made those pack for free and he gave them away, so that's awesome. So you have a lot of small parts here that you can adjust to make something, and he made some more of a complete kit, right? So the thing that caught my eye is this model, so I downloaded the pack. You can, if you want, pay for that, but try it first, okay? And if you like the pack, you just buy the thing. Adjustments are done. So now we're going to go to the fun part of our cinematic portraits, which is the shading and lighting. So how to make a skin texture, how to use the high quality map from 3D Scan Store. So let's start doing that. Now I'm going to create my first shader, which is the universal shader. Now my interface is finally complete, and from that moment on I can really focus on the skin shader. I'm going to drag and drop my universal material onto the character. I'm going to activate Octane, so now nothing very much interesting there. The thing that's going to help me to make a good skin shader is basically to hide everything that I don't need to right now, so basically the background. I'm going to use a camera more close to the character to make sure that everything's quite alright. So this camera will do the trick. And I'm going to use an HDRI. So the HDRI is very bright. The thing that we're going to do first is decrease the power of the light. Now I'm going to make few adjustments to the kernel, because right now it uses the direct lighting, and I'm going to use the path tracing to have a very good result. It comes with basically ridiculous values, so I'm going to decrease that. So now I can work on my skin shader. So now I can work on my skin material. I'm going to double click, on my material, and I'm going to uncheck the albedo. I'm going to increase the value into the roughness to 0.5. I'm going to change the color in the transmission to white, and I'm going to go to medium and click on random walk. From that moment I'm going to use the octane node editor. Now I'm going to adjust the scattering in my character. So I'm going to change the albedo color in the random walk node, and I make that white. Now I'm going to use the RGB spectrum and use a reddish color to make basically the blood, and plug that into the radius. So now we have a reddish color. And finally I'm going to change the density of the skin to make it something more natural. So I think 400 is good enough. Now I can import my maps. So I'm going to plug the color in the transmission. So now it's very dark, that's normal, that's just the gamma interpretation, so we just have to decrease this value to 1. Or if you want to make it brighter, you can go below that, 0.8 or even 0.5. Now I'm going to plug the specular. The only thing I'm going to change with this one is the type, because it has a bluish tint and I don't need that. I need that to be black and white, so I'm going to change that to float. I'm going to increase the value in the IOR to make it more glossy. Okay. And now I'm going to use the normal map and plug that into normal. We can increase this value maybe to 2. Like that you can see a lot of detail that come out, but it can be a little bit too strong. So let's say 1.5. And the glossiness is going to be plugged in into roughness. Okay. So from that moment you can make as much tweak as you want. For me, I'm just going to adjust the color of the skin. So I think 1 was a correct value. Maybe 0.8. I think that's good. So now that I'm happy with the skin shader, what I'm going to do is to work on the eyes. I'm going to create a glossy material, put that value to 1, the index, like that we're going to have a fully metallic shader, and I'm going to increase the roughness to 0.4. I'm going to drag that into my eye objects, So now everything is metal. And now I'm going to change this material to something transparent. So material, create specular material. I'm going to select the right object. So I'm going to disable the symmetry. So now this is transparent, and I'm going to change the color, the material, I'm sorry, to the very center sphere here to something emissive. Material, create, diffuse, drag and drop into here, and make it a emission material. Now it's a bit too strong. I'm going to decrease its value. I think this is good enough. I can now enable the symmetry and work on the metal material. So now I'm going to use an imperfection map. And plug that into the roughness. You can of course adjust the roughness with a color correction. On which I'm going to increase the contrast and play with the gamma. If you want to be more precise, what you can do is to basically isolate the color correction to see only that into your viewer. So now we can see correctly what are we doing. Going to adjust the size of the map. Something like that. And when I'm happy with the results, I can just disable the solenoid. Okay, so now I'm pretty happy with the results. And for the last parts of the shader of the character, so the last thing I'm going to create in material is the jacket. So now I selected a view that enables me to see correctly what I'm doing with the jacket. So for this one I'm just going to use a glossy material. Drag and drop that. I'm going to drag that into the jacket and start plugging my maps. I'm going to play with the index to see if I can have a better results. I'm thinking I'm happy with that. So now that the character shader is basically done, what I can do is play with the lights and the light setups. So I'm going to disable my Octane Sky. The problem now is we have a very white background, so I'm going to change that to black. So I'm going into the Octane settings, go to environment and change that color to black. Now I'm going to be able to use my lights correctly. So area lights. You can see that it worked correctly. And now I'm going to show you how I set up my lights. So first of all, I always like to lock my camera, and I'm going to use the light as a camera. Like that, I'm going to be very precise on where I place my camera and where I want my light to hit my character. So with the Octane light selected, I'm going to use with Shift C, selected as camera. So selected object as camera is very useful tool that allow you to be in your lights and play with placement to have the optimal light placements. There's one thing that you have to understand is the bigger the lights, the smoother the shadow is going to be. So if you want something very harsh, very sharp shadows, you have to decrease the size of the light. So if I take my light, go to details and change that to maybe 10, now we can see we have a very much sharper shadow, and you have to increase the power of the light. Okay, and if you want something even sharper, you can always go to maybe like 1, increase the power, and now we're going to have very crisp and very sharp shadows. It all depends of what kind of ambience you want to have for your character and for your scene. So this is one of the way I use lights. Okay, so the other one basically is to have an image projected into the lights. So let's see how I can do that. So I'm going to select my Octane light tag, going into the node editor, select an image, so basically tree and leaves, and I'm going to plug that into distribution. So now we can see a pattern on his face projected from the light, and the only thing I'm going to change is the projection of that image into the light. So I'm going to change that projection and use the perspective. Okay, so now basically we use our light like a projector. And remember that if you want something, if you want very hard shadows, you have to decrease the size of the light. So you have to go below 1 centimeters. So let's see 0.2. Increase the power of the light. When it goes into crazy values like that, you can always uncheck surface brightness, okay, and work from there. Okay, and the same method apply. So basically, you move the light, okay, like a camera, and you can have the render that you want. You can have a lot of different ambience and lighting setup with that technique. It all depends on what you want to tell in your image. And the last technique is basically to use a full image and project that color ambience onto the character to have something more cinematic. If you have an image and ambience that you like, that you really like, you can use that directly into the light and play with settings to have something very cool. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So basically it's the same technique. So I'm going to change this image to an image that I like with an ambience that I really love, which is an image from Blade Runner. And now, as you can see, basically the whole image is projected onto the character. So thank you very much, guys, for being here and watch my tutorial. I hope my English was good enough, and I think we're going to have a quick Q&A with our good friend Matthias. So can't wait to speak with you guys. See ya.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Q&A segment with Mehdi Hadi. Mehdi, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Great presentation, brother.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed your work from the first time. I forgot what was the first project you showed with us, but your dramatic lighting, your textures, everything just is so rich. It really brings you into the scene. So thank you for sharing today, brother. Great job.
Yeah, thank you. I hope people enjoyed it.
Yeah, so far the people are very, very happy with it. I'm sure this is something that we're going to reference and go back to a lot in when it comes to character development. So before we dive in, because we got a number of questions, and folks, if you have questions for Mehdi, just go ahead and jump into the chat and just type it in, just at me. It shows up nice and orange on my screen. My team will toss it in our little document behind the scenes. We have this little magical document with all our Q&A. So just go ahead and at me with any questions, and I'll make sure to ask Mehdi about that. But before we dive into that, I wanted to know, like, character inspiration for you. Like, what was it that had you, kind of join this whole path or go on this path of like, characters, and because character design is super, I think, unique, because it's like each character tells a whole story when you look at the character. Like there's a story when you look at them. So yeah, just wanted to know, like, what was your path and what were like some of your inspirations in it?
Well, my inspiration is very large. Actually, it comes from old anime, not necessarily the new one. Very kind of old anime, like the Akira, Ghost in the Shell, and Princess Mononoke, all that kind of era of anime, and old sci-fi artwork. Very retro,
like 70s.
Yeah. There's amazing idea in those type of art, and so my inspiration is very very varied actually. So it come from sometimes just industrial design, or just the vague memory I have of someone weird in the subway, or I don't know. But I think it's always interesting to make characters because, well, first of all, it's kind of simple. You don't have to build an entire world to have something interesting. Just have a head and sometimes a pose, and that kind of emits kind of an emotion, you know. So I like the kind of depths that you can have in just watching a character, and yeah, it's quite fun actually to just to focus on one face and find kind of a storytelling of where he's from, where you want to go, what's going on in the image. So, and the rest is just people working in their imagination to find the answer to that, you know.
Very cool. Yeah, well, I definitely want to talk more on the creative on that, but we do have tech questions, and I want to get to those because, yes, community first, folks. I got you. So I'm going to dive into the questions. If you haven't answered your question, oh, look at that. Now everybody's adding me. Okay, well, good. Thank you, guys. all the different chat questions coming up. All right, so somebody is wondering, how long did it actually take you for the Mankind project in the beginning that you showed? And how many people worked with you on that, or was that all solo?
No, I worked alone on this film.
Army of one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
They call me that in Paris actually.
Yeah.
the one man army. Yeah. But yeah, I was alone at this time because. Well, it's hard to work with me because I work often at night, and you know, people tend to have a life, and sometimes I don't. It's simpler that way. But a lot of people was involved in the development of the film because I just keep asking people for feedback, so what they think about this scene or this shot or this design. So that's why there's a lot of people in the things of the movie, and it took me between 3 to 4 months to finish. It was quite long because I had work. You know, I had to manage my personal work, which is No Mankind, and my client work, and since it was for the post-fest events, I had a fixed deadline that I couldn't really pass on, so I tried to work as quick as I could.
So what? That brings up a good question. Just on that, how do you balance personal work with client work, especially like the off hours things, and yeah, how do you do that? Do you schedule like, okay, I'm going to do this block of time for this project because it has to be done, and then a block of time for, you know, whatever client work, or is it burn yourself out and just keep going?
At the end of the project, it was more that
Okay.
Because I have a wife and kids that I can't take care of.
That you had to remember, like, oh wait, I have family.
Yeah. It was really long night sometimes. But yeah, actually I have a timer. You know, I schedule my day as much as I can, so I know that like client work or the task that I have to do for the day is like 4 hours. And I time 4 hours of client work and then 3 hours of personal project, and I just try to time everything that I do to not waste time. And sometimes it's go very too far. I have to time how long I have to eat for lunch or my breaks. So I can't, because you have a finite quantity of time in a day. And you cannot go, but sometimes there's just no enough time in a day. So you just have to be really, really, really tough with your own time, and you have to say no to basically everything if you want to do what you have to do. You know.
Yeah. So what do you do when you get stuck, or have you ever gotten technically stuck within a project What do you do to solve that, or do you just like brute force it?
No, because sometimes I try to persevere a little bit of time, but if I see that it does not work, I just change my idea or change.
Okay.
I just kill the thing because I don't have enough time to get my head around that problem. So if I know that I have more time, I can, take a few days to unlock this problem. But if I'm really time constrained, I don't have time, and I change idea.
Okay. So you just creatively develop around it. Just like, okay, this isn't working. I don't know how to build that shot. Let's go ahead and okay.
Yeah, and often I figure that out later. So
okay. That's in your development time. So that brings up another good question as far as like when it comes to additional training time, because it seems like, with the work that you do, it seems like you're pretty high demand. I think, how do you set time aside also to learn and say, oh, I'm going to set an hour or two to, brush up on some of these things that I would like to know? How do you approach that?
I learn in transportation. I learn. I have like 1 hour or 40 minutes to commute every day to my home to work and go back work to home. So basically, I have an hour and 20 minutes to learn anything that I want to. So basically, I do that.
Is that on the train?
Yeah.
Man, public transportation. That's so nice. Yeah, I used to do that in Chicago. I'm out here in LA, and there's like, when I fly, I can learn things, when I'm traveling. But that's great. Using the commute to change into your classroom time.
Yeah, it's basically the only time that I can learn new stuff. So.
No, it's awesome. All right, so somebody's asking. This is most important question of the day. Are you ready for it? Here it is.
Yeah.
What kind of graphics cards, how many processors are required for sculpt work in Cinema 4D efficiently?
I couldn't answer you correctly in terms of what you need. I know what I have, but I don't know if what I have is necessarily mandatory for doing this. But I have two machines. I have one machine. They have two 3090. And the other one has four 2080 Ti.
Okay.
And both machine has the latest i9 10-core chip and 128 gig of RAM.
Nice. So that is far beyond the requirements. And just a little bit about that question. The minimum system requirements to run Cinema will allow you to run all operations of the program. It's not like, in order for this to run, I can't do sculpting. The idea is going to be the bigger question is efficiency of processing heavy scenes, dynamic calculations, all those other things. So if you meet the minimum system requirements, you're going to be able to open up and sculpt. If you're going to go real highly dense meshes and your scenes get really heavy, that's going to be a higher load. So you can look at that. But the minimum system requirements will get you in and you can use it. So you don't have to feel like I have to buy something else just to use Cinema. You can just use it right out of the box if you have the minimum system requirements. Let's see. Moving on. Next question is, maybe I missed something, but I don't understand how the maps are accurately matching a face that has significantly been deformed and sculpted on. The results are phenomenal. So do you want to talk a little bit about that and how the maps keep matching after you do all your deformations?
Yeah, sure. So basically, the model, the base model, the base mesh come from 3D Scan Store. This is the website that I always use to sculpt and have kind of realistic render, because they have awesome models. The topology is very clean, and they have a lot of packs of maps and 16K maps for normal maps, diffuse, displacement, roughness, specular. So they are really high quality maps. And even though I sculpt on the model, I don't destroy it. I don't create new polygons. In terms of, the only thing I do is subdivide, but it doesn't destroy the UV unwrap. It's just adding topology to adding subdivision to that. So it's not really a big change on the polygons, to destroy the maps or the UV unwrap. So that's why I use these websites often to make character.
Cool. And I just tossed those in the chat for you guys who are listening. So the 3D Scan Store, you can check that out with the free both the head model as well as the texture. So go ahead and grab those. Thank you, Mehdi, for that. Those are awesome gifts.
Those are free. So the 16K maps with the model, the scan model with the jacket is completely free. And E16K, that means that you have an absurd amount of detail on the character, and you just have to make a few adjustments if you want, for example, a model of a black character. You just have to adjust the tints in Photoshop or adjust some of the details, and you have a new map, always 16K. With new details and everything like that. So yeah, this is a great resources for anyone that wants to make character quickly.
Yeah, no, it's a super cool technique, and that's a great resource. And I think this brings up a good point because somebody's asking about it and wants to talk a little bit more. But they're wondering, didn't he create new vertices when he just subdivided to enable sculpting? So yeah, how did that process work? Because it still stays intact because it keeps all the original points and just subdivides them. It doesn't actually create new.
Yeah, exactly. The thing that wouldn't work correctly is that if I took the model and stretched it out beyond reason, like if I made a completely destroy alien head and I stretch everything, that wouldn't really work because you will see like the texture stretching. But when I have to make humans, as you see in the tutorial, I don't do a lot of deep deformation. It's often just making a crease here and there and just adjusting the face with a grab tool. But I don't do a tremendous amount of change to the model to make it too much deform or whatever.
So it's more just like, okay, adjusting the cheeks, jaw, nose, forehead. Yeah. So it's all still within the human range. It's not doing anything cartoonic or that extreme.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. So that takes care of that one. Moving on. Next question from the audience is, what is the line on the back top of the head?
This is basically the seam of the UV unwrap. Often we don't care of having that seam on top of the head because often you have the hair that cover that. But in the render, it's something that you wouldn't really notice. You can barely see that line. That is obvious in the viewport because it's a low quality preview of the map in Octane. But in the render, you wouldn't have that. And if the character has something on his head, like hair or any kind of accessories, you don't care about that.
Very cool. Somebody is wondering what are the steps he would take to further animate this character, like characters in Mankind. So yeah, what's your character animation?
I don't character animate.
This is character animation process. I don't do it. It's all camera tricks. It's a moving camera. No. So yeah, how do you bring your characters to life? What are you doing?
Well, if you see a majority of my work, they don't do a lot of things. They don't walk. They do because I'm not an animator. I don't know how to correctly animate, and even if I could, it would be too long to do. It's a long process to have a very fine animation, and I'm not patient like that. And my type of animation, if it comes to facial animation, is basically blend shapes. So it's transitioning from one expression to another using the morph tool in Cinema 4D, which is very fine because you just have to blend those two shapes and adding a jiggle deformer, for example, and on the spot you have a natural kind of deformation and very organic and real deformation on the faces. So for just head animation and facial animation is just that, blend shapes from a state 1 to 2. And for basically body motion animation is just the deformer and often group like the arm and just rotate it, because I do a lot of robots, so this is very simple to animate.
Yeah. So as far as like deformers, are you using like the FFD deformer or just twist deformers or everything in the library, or do you have a couple go-to?
Yeah, the go-to, I think the thing that I use the most is basically the bend and the twist to move shape around, and then I sculpt to correct some transition during the animation. But yeah, these are very simple animation. I don't really use, for example, mocap like Mixamo, because you always know it's Mixamo. The Mixamo mocap is kind of shaking all the time, and I don't like that. So I would have to buy a special, very high quality animation pack from somewhere else to make sure that it's a real and stable animation to use. But again, I don't have the time, either the patience for doing that. And when I have to work on film, for example, and the client or whatever asks me for that kind of prestation, I just hire people, real character animator to do the job, and then they send me back the file, and I just have to play with the render.
That actually brings us to another good question. You mentioned that you hire people. But do you prefer, one thing on that, because I wanted to share for everybody. So with the Mixamo thing, the nice thing is with the Mixamo rig in Cinema, there's been some updates, so you can actually blend that with other animation. So instead of just always having the stuck, like you said, the default animation, it's Mixamo, you've seen it 1,000 times, it's not a thing. Now inside Cinema, you can actually make some adjustments and customize that a little bit more and add on top of it. But yeah, there's definitely some much more smoother, mocap out there. But just wanted to say, if you're into character animation, that's something for you to play with, because you can customize it and you're not stuck like you once were. And doing it a really hard, long way is the new character tools. So check it out. We do have videos on that. Maybe a member of my team can find some of those new tools. I think Jonas on our team did some breakdowns of how to use the new character tools to mix and blend Mixamo animation. But one of the things that you were mentioning is sometimes you hire folks out, and somebody was wondering, do you prefer to work alone? Because that was a really big project, but do you prefer to work alone?
Well, yes.
Yes. Yeah, I don't like working with other people.
I like working with other people. The problem is my life my schedule is so hectic that it's very hard for someone else to kind of match the schedule with mine. So since I don't work to make the life of someone miserable because I don't sleep and I expect something at this date, it's kind of difficult. I prefer to just be the only person that's going to be miserable for.
Don't spread the suffering that you decide.
Yeah. I don't like that. But yeah, often I have to hire some people to do specific tasks. But most of the time, I try to do everything by myself. And basically, for now, the only kind of limitation that I have is very high-end, complex FX animation, FX simulation. So for those type of work, I have to hire a kind of a Houdini artist and then he sent me back everything, and animation. This is basically the only thing that I don't do myself entirely. But if it's something like No Mankind, for example, yeah, I do that on my own.
Okay. So extreme simulations and character animation, but anything else you'll take it.
Yeah.
Very cool. Other questions is what resources for character design and anatomy were helpful in getting you to be able to create characters? Did you do character study at all, or do you do just a good eye and work it, or have you been studying character design and anatomy for a while?
I wouldn't say that I studied it. I just watch a lot of image every day, and I have every time that I see an image that I like on Pinterest, on Instagram, and such, I just download that image and put that in my kind of library, and sometimes I just go through it and rewatch all these images, and it kind of make a mix in my head, and I watch a lot of images. So basically, anatomy come pretty easily, because I just it's like it's in my brain, it's in my memory. So I catch that, and I don't think I'm going to let that go. And I just a hard watcher of things. So I don't study things. I just take time to watch it correctly and try to understand. And when I did, it's ready to go.
That's awesome. Some more questions here. Speaking of the animation, somebody chimed in on that they love hate Mixamo, and they're wondering if you have other resources that you go to for really good, smooth animation. So do you have some go-to sites like you use for 3D Scan Store, or do you have something else for animation or FBX that you like?
Unfortunately, no. I just go to professional mocap studios in Paris. So basically, it's an often for clients. They book just a mocap studio, and they do the mocap. They cleaned it, and they send me back the mocap information, the rig, and I just have to reapply the model to that, and make a few adjustments in the skin to make sure that everything is okay. But I would love to have an alternative to see how much better quality we can have beside Mixamo, but apparently no one wants to do that for now. So
I'll do some digging around too, internet. So don't worry, team. I'll do some digging around for some other stuff, and we can share. And if you know some, just go ahead and if you're listening, message me or put it in, and we'll try and take a look and share it with the rest of the community. Because we love tools that make it easier. Somebody is wondering. From Fred Collins, what's your next personal project? Tell him it's Fred. Yeah,
my friend. My friend. My next projects. I have a few of them. I'm working on a Batman short film. I work on for a very long time, and a 2001. Yeah, Batman.
Okay. Yeah, the Batman. Okay, great.
Yeah. So I really liked the movie that I saw earlier in this year, but I had my idea of Batman a long time ago, but it's not really Batman. It's like the for those who know comic books, it's the Batman who laughs. So basically, it's a Jokerized version of the Batman that basically gone completely crazy, and a tribute film to 2001 Space Odyssey.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And just to bring that world in more a darker environment, like
like you do.
Yeah, exactly.
Ultra dramatic.
Ultra creepy. Ultra what the F.
That is awesome, brother. So let's see. I think that pretty much wraps it up. Yeah, the last one was on that mocap stuff. Yeah, I think we're good. If you guys do have more questions, or any of you creatives out there have questions that are tuning in, just at me, at Matthias Omatola in the chat. We'll grab them for Mehdi or any of our upcoming artists. Actually working or brought Mehdi on a project, a sci-fi project as well. So hopefully once that's announced, he can share some more things on that. But stay tuned, because we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back. And on that project, it was also Michael, our next presenter. So Michael Rosen from Samplistic will be with us next. And yeah, this kind of cool project, sci-fi project that's been going on that I connected them with. So we will be in touch after this, and messages from our sponsors and the rest of our creative team here at Maxon One. Mehdi, it's always a pleasure. And yeah, we'll have you on the next one. See you after the break.
Yeah, I can't wait.
All
See
right.
you, bye.
Ciao.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. We're here getting ready for our next presenter, and I have to say, Michael Rosen has been an absolute joy and a member of the community for a long time, contributing and sharing in many of our live shows, as well as the 3D Motion show and virtual shows. Luckily, this year, I actually got to partner up with him and bring him on a sci-fi project to help art direct and put together some amazing projects here on an upcoming project in which he is going to break down all the different techniques. So you'll see me in there as well. So take a look and check out Michael Rosen's presentation, and then we'll be jumping into Q&A.
Hi, everybody. I'm Michael Rosen from Samplistic Media. We're here in California, just north of San Francisco, and we do creative production, post-production, motion design of all types. And I'm excited to show you some of the stuff that we get into in Cinema 4D, Redshift, Red Giant stuff. So let's take a look at our reel, and then we'll get into it.
Show your world the way only I can see it. I free myself for today and forever from human immobility. I'm in constant movement. I approach and pull away from objects. I creep under them. I move alongside a running horse's mouth. I fall and rise with the falling and rising bodies. This is I, the machine, maneuvering in the chaotic movements, recording one movement after another in the most complex combinations. Freed from the boundaries of time and space, I coordinate any and all points of the universe wherever I want them to be. My way leads towards the creation of a fresh perception of the world. Thus I explain, in a new way, the world unknown to you.
So hopefully that gives you an idea of the type of stuff that we do here at Samplistic. It's kind of a very broad spectrum, but that's what makes it so much fun. Today I'm going to get into kind of a bag of miscellaneous tips and tricks. Hopefully these small little things and ideas in Cinema 4D will give you some creative inspiration. And then we're going to jump into a bit of a project breakdown. The project that we're breaking down is a 30-second spot directed by myself and Dalek Miller here at Samplistic. And the commercial is for a futuristic watch. And this watch comes from a book written by Jason Michael Primrose called Lost Children of Andromeda. And in the spot, there are a bunch of different techniques that we use Cinema 4D and Red Giant for. And so that will be fun to break down. Let's get into the first tip of the day, and then we'll get to that soon. So here's something I don't hear people talk about very much. Did you know that you can control the contribution of your lights in your scene in post with Redshift? So basically I have this little setup here with some assets from the asset browser and some Redshift lights around them. And for each light, I go to details, and under light group, AOV light group, I give them each their own light group. So if I go to light 1, it's light group 1. If I go to light group 2, it's light group 2, and so on. So I've made those. And then when I go to render this scene, I'm going to go into my Redshift settings, and in here, under AOV and AOV Manager, you can see that I've set up 3 beauty passes. And the only difference between the beauty passes is down here, under light group settings, I've assigned one light group to each of the beauty passes. And that's it. So when I render it out and I bring it into After Effects here, let's delete these and I'll bring it in. So that's what it looks like kind of normally, but I'm going to put the extractor plugin on it and choose up here my different light. You see that I have these light groups. So there's light group 0, and I'm going to put that on add and duplicate the layer. And then I'm going to choose the next one to be light group 1, and then I'm going to choose the next one to be light group 2. So now if I turn the opacity of any of these layers, I can turn on or off a light and animate the lights however I like in After Effects in post. Pretty cool. So I haven't really heard too many people talk about that type of thing, so maybe you find that useful. But you can also do other things with the lights too. For instance, I can change the hue of a light, and so on. You can change the sharpness of it with levels. Just gives you a level of control that, who knows, might be useful. Say there was like flashing lights and you didn't know exactly where you wanted them to flash. You could render with them all the way on all the time and then flash them when you want to in After Effects. Same thing can be done in Fusion or any other compositor. All right, cool. And so this next one is about going from Cinema to Illustrator. I'm not really an Illustrator guy. I mean, I use it, but I don't heavily get into Illustrator. But if I were, I'd want to know that Cinema 4D can export vector graphics to Illustrator, and it's pretty much as easy as this. So I've already got my Sketch and Tune scene here ready to go, and so you go to File, Export, and find Illustrator, and you can try to just leave these settings as default. The one thing that is a little strange about the conversion from 3D to 2D layers in Illustrator is this Z order, and we have one object that actually goes around the front of the dinosaur and around the back, and you sometimes have to play with this menu, whether it starts from the back or starts from the front or the center. In this case, I'm going to choose center and hit OK. And here we have it in Illustrator. And all of this is vector information. And it's quite heavy. And you can see that it did a pretty good job of bringing the dinosaur into the middle. But what's cool is you get these lines. It's all vector information. So everything can be broken up into all its polygons, and what's really cool is that this outline here can be changed to new brushes. So that's pretty cool. You can change the weight of it. So I'm thinking maybe somebody will do something pretty cool with that. All right, and here's another quick tip about text in Cinema and keeping it automatically named for you in your object manager. I actually find it really, really important. So you have some text you have a text object, and let's say that I type in wow, and it still says text here. And say I have like a whole bunch of terms that I want out there. I'm going to be copying this text and moving it around a bunch. So I want not just to see the word text a whole bunch of times up here in the object manager. So this is a quick solution for that. What you do is you right click on the text and you add a programming tag espresso. And it's not going to be scary. It's really easy. Just drag the text object in there. You just set it up once and you're done. And then grab the text object and drag it in there again. So if we click on the text object over here and we find the text spline area right here and drag it up to this red, it makes it an output. And then if we go to the basic tab right here and take the name and drag it up here, it makes it an input. And you can just attach one to the other, and then it says wow up here where the text is. And if I copy that and I type something different in here, like something, it changes to something right there. And if I duplicate it again, and so on, it will change all of those. So that's really cool and all. Keeps you organized, and you just close this and just keep going. But what happens when you have a whole bunch of text in there, like a paragraph? Often what this will do is it will push this way out, and then you have to grab it and bring it back, and that's no fun. So I'll show you a trick around that. So over here you type string, and left string is the one you want. So if you put left string here, you can pipe it through the left string input and result here, and then you have this count item way down here, and you can just say how many digits you want to go for your text, and it will crop it off. So now it'll just have that many letters. So that's something that I use anytime I have to use text a lot, because it's so nice to actually see names up here. Cool. And now here's one about controlling a sequence of frames, 2D animations with MoGraph. So I made this simulation just to show something happening in time, and it's 2D. It's rendered out as frames. So now I want to bring this in and control that with MoGraph so I can do some interesting things with it. I'm going to go to CV import, and I'm going to, actually I think I'm going to do plane from image, and if I click this, you get this little dialog. I think we just want to pick the directory, and here's the directory. Let's see what happens. So we can see every single material here for each of the frames, and we can see all the frames here, and you can see they're showing up over here as well. So what I can do is put them all into a cloner. This will help me sort of organize it. But in this cloner, I'm going to put it on sort, and I'm going to make it linear. I'm going to make a plane effector, and it's by default set to position. I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to turn up modify clone. And as you see, I turn that modify clone up, it's controlling which frame is being shown. So that means that we could also do the same thing with the strength here. But what that also means, if I turn that all the way up, is if we use a field, like a linear field here, we can control that forward and backward. Now remember, it's 2D, so you're just controlling the animation playing on this card. Another thing that I like to do for if I'm doing viewport stuff is just to select all these, and on the viewport tab, turn it to no scaling, get a little bit better quality. So you can use this in a variety of ways. Sometimes it's useful for like UI animation, but we'll just put it in another cloner. And already you can see that there's some pretty interesting stuff that you can do. So if I turn this at an angle, you can see that you can get these interesting like playback sort of effects. It's pretty fun to play around with. So there's a lot of things you can do with that. And now here's a quick tip about using multiple track modifier tags on objects and what that can get you. Okay, so I have this cube just animated moving around in a square here, and I'm gonna put the animation track modifier tag on it. And there's a lot of things that you can do with this. By default, it's set to like spring. So as it goes now, you see it has a little bit of spring, and you can adjust the stiffness, and it's kind of like a jiggle. But I'm going to turn this tag to posterization, and this is where you can control sort of the frame rate of the movement. So if I turn it up to 2, it's skipping 2 frames at a time, and you can sort of see it jaggering there a little bit, and then I'll turn that up a little bit, and you'll see it more sort of chunking through the animation. And that can be really cool for some like stop motion type stuff, or just a lot of different things. I'm going to turn it up even more. So now, let's see, maybe 10, maybe a little bit more. You see it just kind of getting to these locations, but not going there. But it is still moving there, even though you're not seeing it. So what you could do is put something like the tracer effect or tracer object on it. And you see now it's like tracing all the way there. And the tracer has this cool mode where you can click from end and determine how many frames it has before it disappears. So that kind of gives you this ability to kind of have these sort of tracers coming off of your object in different ways. And yet your object is basically just in one location to the next location. So it gives this effect like it's really, really speedy. But then what I realized is that you could add another animation tag, track modifier tag on to the end of this and bring back some of that spring to each sort of place that it chunks to. And it's very subtle, but you can see that that just kind of creates this nuanced effect. And so from there, you can adjust the frame rate of your animation and give you these different looks. Kind of neat. Okay, so now it's time to take a look at the Sync Watch commercial. So one of the fun things about this commercial was that it takes place in a science fiction future. And we had fun rolling around the ideas of what would this sort of new technology device be advertised like, say, 30 years in the future. So let's take a look at that, and then we'll come back and get into it.
I'm an evolutionary. I go wherever.
I'm synced.
The 8-track,
I'm on it.
any sanctuary,
I'm an evolution.
I speak my mind. Ultimate freedom right at my
Trends,
wrist.
tragedies, and everything in between.
Information is
For the
salvation.
life I want to be living,
I'm an evolutionary.
I'm an evolutionary. I create with ease.
Ease.
My imagination is infinite.
Say what I want to see.
Sync is the prompt.
I'm with it, Sync.
In the countdown to the end
One thing we can count on is each other.
is each other. When we're synced,
we're one.
Okay, so that was the spot. We had a great time making it. There's a lot of techniques that we used, Red Giant and Redshift, Cinema 4D for VFX stuff. We even made MoGraph projections of light and put that on people a little bit. But the first thing that I'm going to get into breaking down today is just something that you can use for any type of device, whether it's an iPhone or a laptop. Basically a way to replace screens on your already rendered stuff in After Effects. When you're rendering something like this and you want to, it takes a little bit of time to render out of Redshift, and you want to maintain the ability to change what's actually on that screen for the client. So first things first, you have your render and it's ready to go. And you want to set up your AOVs so that you have a matte that you can use for the screen, especially since this is a curved screen. So if I go into Redshift and I go to AOV and I open up the AOV manager, I can set this up to give us what we need. So I'm going to find Puzzle Matte, and Puzzle Matte lets you define materials or objects that you want to assign to a red, green, or blue channel for using as a matte later on. So I'm going to leave it on material ID, and I'm going to just change this to 1, 2, and 3. So I'll get those options. And that's pretty much all you have to do with the AOV to set it up for this. But then you also have to go into your materials that you want to assign to 1, 2, or 3. And in this case, I want all this glass right here to be as one of the materials. So I'm going to select the material that is this screen, this shiny screen here. And I'm just going to go to the output node, and it shows me my material ID number here. And I'm just going to change that to 3. So for this, that's all we need to really do. And you'll see how it works in After Effects. That's to get a matte for the screen. The other thing I want to do is, for that object, I'm going to add a tag so that After Effects can know exactly where that is in space. So I'm going to right click and go to render tags, and go to external compositing tag, and just add that on there, and I like to check it to be a solid. So now I'm going to render. Okay, here in After Effects, I'm going to import that Cinema 4D file directly into After Effects. I'm going to drag it to the timeline, and I'm just going to hit extract. So what this has given me is all my cameras and this red object in space, which is the screen that I specified earlier in the Cinema 4D project with the external compositing tag. So I'm going to delete the cameras that I don't need. Just keeping the camera that was on. And if we play through this, we should see that red layer is essentially in the center of the screen, but it's not rotated correctly. So I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees, and we should see that it sticks to the screens. And now if I just move that a little bit down here to cover the area that I need to cover, we're in good shape. So now how do we replace what's on that screen? I'm going to right click this and say pre-comp. And I'm going to say leave all attributes. Now this layer is replaced with a composition. It's still in the same place. So I can go into that composition, and it's actually pretty small, I think. Yeah, 200 by 100. So I'm just going to make it a lot bigger. Maybe that's a little too big, but anything is probably pretty good. And now it'll be really big here, so we can scale it down, back down to the size of the screen, just about. And I'm going to drop it on top, and we see that red is still in there. And now anything that we put in this comp is going to be on that screen, or at least moving with it. So let's take one of these photos and put it on there. Now we need to crop that screen with the puzzle mat that we had from before. So I'm going to take this EXR sequence, which has that puzzle mat encoded into it, and I'm going to duplicate this and put it on top, and I'm going to add the extractor plugin onto it, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to see that it has that puzzle mat on it, and you can see that the blue color is there on that material for the screen. So now if I change the alpha to be the puzzle mat blue, I have a layer here where that material shows up. So now I can use that for a track mat for the screen, and all I have to do is go alpha track mat, and there you go. And that's how you can replace the screen. Okay, really quickly I want to go through shots like this. There's a couple little tricks that if you know them, there's a lot of different ways to play with this stuff. In After Effects here, I'll just show you. It really kind of boils down to just doing a number of layers, and you can render them out separately, or you could put them all in the same Cinema 4D project. I have them rendered out separately here in After Effects. So if you see, we sort of have one layer that is this, which is sort of the edge of the buildings growing, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. And then below that we have this these glow sort of things. Really, it's another render that if I turn off this Gaussian blur that's vertical and this optical glow, it's really just another bit of the model being exposed by effectors here, added on, and we just blur that and add a glow, and it's added on to that effect of sort of growing these buildings. And another pass of blue, just again highlighting that edge of that growth there. And below all that is the render of the watch, and I'll just show you this separately. The watch is there, and these buildings are growing. So just really quickly, here I am in Cinema, and I have this building. It's a few pieces of geometry. I just have it in a connect object in a null. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a poly effector, and I'm going to put that into the object. And under effectors on the poly effects object, I'm going to make a plane effector. It makes it go crazy. I'm going to turn off position, and I'm going to turn on scale, and I'm going to turn it to absolute. So it's basically saying make all of these polygons scale down to 0. But now under fields, I'm going to add a box field, which will say everywhere in this box you should scale the polygons to 0. and you can see what it's doing there. I'll make this box a little smaller. So it's just affecting the polygons as if each one was like a clone. And what we can do is we can make this really thin, and it will sort of have its effect in certain places. But all we have to do now is say everywhere where the box isn't should be scaled down to 0. And all you have to do that on the box field is go to remapping and click invert. And now if we make the whole thing a little wider but keep it thin, we can scale up the city and get these little bits and pieces of it, like a scan across it. And if we turn it a little bit at an angle, you can start to get some really interesting scans. So that's the premise of the whole thing, basically. And you can make different kinds of renders depending on what you want to do, putting different colors or shaders or effects on that. And then what I did was I used a plugin from Chris Schmidt at Rocket Lasso, a plugin that I like a lot called Mesh to Spline, and I made the geometry splines. So I'm just going to drop this object into Mesh to Spline, and it makes some of it splines to start off with, but because this is such a dense model, I'm just going to click override, and my computer has no problem turning all that into splines. Now I'm just going to hit C on the keyboard to make that a spline object. I'm going to bring it back into I'm going to put it in that null again. And I'm going to change the poly effects mode from full polys segments to partial polys splines. And we can see that it's already starting to affect that as if they're lines. They're all splines, which is really cool. And then to render that in Redshift on the spline object, I'm just going to put a Redshift object tag. On curve, I'm going to turn it to hair strands. Okay, and then I'm just going to change the size down to 0.1, let's say. Okay, and that's pretty cool as a thing on its own, and I'm just going to add this bright glowing material to it. Okay, and so that's that look, and there really is just so many different ways that you could approach this. There's the cell render, there's sketch and tune. If you want to know more, you can visit Cineversity and my 2015 Michael Rosen project breakdown of titles for Microsoft Modern Workplace video goes through a whole hour of techniques and tips around this type of city data scan effect. Okay, and now we're going to go into a bit of simple camera tracking for VFX in Cinema 4D. Okay, so the next shot is this one here, outdoors, and this is a VFX shot where again, a lot of these things are very fast, but we have these types of shots where there's a city in the background and we're doing camera tracking in Cinema 4D, and we're rendering out the city and compositing them in After Effects. So we shot this scene like this, where there's just our group here, and you might notice a familiar face. And this is how we shot it, just with blue sky up, and it was an unfinished pool, actually, with some concrete wall back there. And we thought this could be a good opportunity to try and get a more sci-fi look to the shot. And and we put this city in. Now, to do this, first thing you want to do is render it out, render out the shot that you want to do. So in Cinema, you can load that up. So let me do that right now. So you render it out as a sequence of images. So I'm going to go to Motion Tracker. I'm going to go to Tracker menu, then get a Motion Tracker, and I'm going to load my shot into that. Just select the first frame and hit open, and it should load that in. And it says frame start 0 to frame 26. So that's correct. I'm going to turn the resampling up just to get a little higher quality. And sometimes, and you can play with this resampling. Every once in a while, it's better on lower quality, depending on if you're having a hard time or not. Sometimes, just to let you know, like, it's usually better on higher quality, but there is the odd situation where if you turn it down, you actually get the track that you were looking for more so. So the process that we go through with this is to first do a 2D track, which is to track different static objects in the scene. You don't want to track moving people or anything like that, because the computer will have a hard time with that. Because in the next process is the 3D track, where it will try to reverse engineer what the camera is doing based off of what all the objects in the scene seem to be moving like. So we want to get tracking points on the concrete, not so much on the people. So when we go to 2D tracking, and it says it's going to try to make 300 tracks, 300 tracking points, I'm going to turn down this minimum spacing because I want it to get as many tracks as I want it to get a little more tracks. And then I'm just going to say auto track, and it works really fast. Just a few seconds, and there you go. So you can see we got a lot of tracks over here on the concrete, some on this concrete and some on this concrete. That's pretty good. But we also got all these tracks on these people, and we don't really want. We could take the tracks on this concrete down here, but we don't really want it on any of the people because they could hypothetically be moving and it would throw it off. So what we'll do is we'll right click on the motion tracker and go to tracker tags and make a mask constraint. And this is sort of acts like a polygon, like an n-gon, where you can take these points and basically mask out the stuff that you don't want. And if you control click, you can make new points. And basically we want to just put a mask over the people in this shot. And this is sort of auto keyframed, so so it will move. So it will move over time. And the sky doesn't really matter, so I'm just going to put this up there. And let's just see where it goes. So that's pretty good actually. It's a subtle camera movement, so we're not really getting anything. So you can see it automatically sort of crops out all those dots in there. And we're good to go. Yeah. So now we can go back to the tracker and move on to the 3D solve. Now, if you knew something about your camera, you could put it in here. For instance, you might know the focal length. What it presumes is that it's constant, meaning you don't zoom in during the shot. That's where it's starting, but if you don't even know that, then you turn this to unknown. Your sensor size, it's presuming that it's 36, which is typical 35 photo camera. And we have a couple different options here for the camera: nodal pan, planar track. These are good if you know that your camera is set up in a certain way. This was handheld, So I'm going to leave that as full 3D reconstruction. And I'm just going to hit Run 3D Solver. So this makes it look really easy, but what it's done now, and what it did was it made a 3D camera with a lock on it, and it made all these auto features. These are like nulls in your scene now. So if I go out of this view and look at it here, essentially these are the points that it is tracking, and it should make some amount of sense to you. Like for instance, here's these dots down here on the close step. There's these dots closer to the camera. Then there's these ones, they're further away. Then there's these ones, they're even further away. Then there's these over here on this step. So it is making sense. And if we go through this, we can see the camera is moving. So now we could actually put something in the scene. We could put like a cube in there. Let's just try that. So the cube's really big. I'll bring it down in size. Here, let's go to another view. Bring this cube. Move it back there. And you'll see that that cube is floating in space in perfect sync with the people in the scene. But you can see one thing that's wrong right now is that although it moves correctly, it's not calibrated. This is the horizon in our cinema scene, and this is our horizon in the camera, the actual camera. So we can do some things to sort of sync that up. And with the auto features, it's a little bit of well, we're not going to get it perfect because we have no specific features right on that scene, but I do see two features right here that are parallel to each other. So I'm gonna take this cube out. We'll just turn it off for now. I'm gonna go on here and I'm gonna add a calibration tag under tracker tags. Let's go vector constraint. A vector is what you use when you just want to have 2 points. A planar constraint is when you have 3 points. And so right now I just want to tell the computer that this is the x-axis. So it's given me this line here. So I'm going to put this one on here, and I'm going to put this one right here, and I'm going to say that this is the x-axis. Just when I click that X, look what happens now. Now our horizon is pretty lined up. Okay, now do we have anything that we know for a fact is a Y axis to calibrate from? Well, these two, it's not perfect, but it doesn't have to be for this shot. So I'm going to make another tag. I'm going to make a vector constraint again, and I'm going to put it between this point right here and this point right here, and I'm going to tell it that that's the Y. So now let's see what we got. Ooh, that messed it up. Now it messed it up. It's actually not messed up because you can see that the horizon is still parallel. What it thinks is that it's dropped the scene lower. So another constraint that we can add is a position constraint. And basically what this means is this is a place in your scene. So by default it's 0, 0, 0, and it gives you this little dot. And if I say that 0, 0, 0 is this line, this dot that's connected to the x-axis there. Now we have our 0 place in our scene. So if I turn this cube back on and bring it and zero out its position coordinates, it goes right there. And now we can begin to make buildings and things that will go behind them. And if we want to see this a little better, there's a couple different ways, but I like to add a render display tag and turn it to lines, so that way I can just see through my objects and get a feeling for what that's like. And you can see that if those were buildings in the back, they would be moving correctly in our scene. But they are technically, they're too close. We need to push them further back. And this is where you can kind of use your eye or whatever. And so we build different buildings. And that's what they would be like in the back. So we had some kit bash buildings that were futuristic, and of course you can model your own buildings, but if you're moving fast, you can use pre-built buildings. So I'll open up that project and you can see what that actually was. This was our final tracking. You can see it was a slightly different tracking going on, and we did get the horizon, we did get the ground plane kind of at this level, and here's the buildings in the background. But the thing to remember with all of this is that you're interpreting something that's like organic, which is the real world, and you're bringing it into the computer. So you use these tools however it gets you the result that you're looking for, and then you move on. If you needed to, so working with an auto track, that's one way of doing it. There's also manual tracking, and all of these tools, the constraints and the masks, can be used in a variety of ways. But for this, it was a really fast-paced cutting video, so we wanted to get the biggest bang for our buck and move on. So when we rendered this, we're talking about something that looks like that. And when we put it over the shot, it looks like that. So now we jump into using some Red Giant tools, and basically Primat, I just put the exact same shot over top and then added the Primat effect to basically key out the sky as if it was blue screen. So we didn't have to, this was one way that we got some production value kind of cheap. It happened to be a blue sky day, so we used that to our advantage and shot that as blue screen essentially. Let me see what happens if I just say auto define key. So there you go. I mean, that's not hard. You can see what it did. It's still missing a little bit of stuff over here, but that's really good for a situation like this. The hair could use a little more work, but for what we were doing, like I said, really fast cutting and stuff, this is really working. I'll show you how to use Primat though, get you started on Primat a little bit though. So if I didn't like what auto did for me, what I would do is I would come down here and select the eyedropper to first select the green screen, which in this case is blue, and just make some dots across the blue area. And that gets a little better on the edges here and everything, but it also takes out some of the some colors and tones in people. So we bring it back with this white one, which is like the foreground tool. So anywhere where you see, oh, it should be back there, put some dots there, and it starts to come back. And you basically can keep on working like that, back and forth, starting to get more and more careful. And what you can do is, to see it a little easier, you can say matte, and you'll be able to see where it's working and where it's not working. And I can click the green one and get this sky a little bit more. It's pretty amazing, I have to say, being able to do this. You don't need to know a lot of the parameters and what they mean and how it works. This is just a really great way to get you started. And we're pretty good. Let's turn it back to comp. And if I then turn on the buildings behind them and turn the same layer on underneath that, we get our sky back and we have the buildings. Okay, I do see everything else, everything's looking pretty good. I do see in her hair here, there's still some blue left. I'm going to use this decrease opacity, which is useful for the subtle tuning of foreground objects, otherwise entirely obscured, like smoke, clouds, or wispy semi-transparent items. So I kind of think hair is wispy, semi-transparent. So I go and I click around this edge, and it kind of takes care of that for me. The other cool thing about PriMatte is that it has this thing called Core Matte. And what Core Matte tries to do is, I think, it tries to understand that once you get your object keyed around the edges, the middle is very rarely meant to come back. So you click this, and if I can show you the matte, here we have this, and if I click Core Matte, it cleans up a bit of that. And you can see that we're still getting some stuff here, but in this shot, we don't care, because we can look at it and nothing's coming through there. So that worked out pretty well. So that's it for me, folks. I had a great time putting this together for you. Hopefully there's some sort of creative inspiration there. If you feel like it, please get in touch with me. I'm Michael at samplistic.com, and I'm on Twitter at samplisticmedia. All the best.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I am here with the one, the only Michael Rosen. Michael, great job, man. So many, it was loaded up. I think you could have did a presentation on any one aspect of those tips that you covered, but you gave us all. So that is, I mean, that's awesome. A lot of people were chiming in. They were very happy about it. Like, the lighting technique for me is like, okay, why was I ever doing lighting any other way? Just doesn't make sense.
It's pretty fun.
The fact that you can tint the lights in, you know, like you can tint them afterwards. It's like, oh, just set up nice 3-point lighting. Doesn't matter what color it is. Go, you know, red, green, blue, and have totally. A field day.
Yeah. You could tint it at any point, because there really are just, and it's just so interesting that it's like the way that they structure those passes is like add. They're just add. You just put them in add mode for blend modes, and they just all add up to be the same image. Basically.
It's crazy because it almost is like subsurface scattering too. It looks like it almost gives you that effect. It's like, oh,
well, there was subsurface scattering there on that dinosaur. I was just playing with that a little bit just to say, like, it's not just like a feathered mask or like an area. It's actually the actual contribution that the light is making in every way. So it's like in volumetric, okay. Whether you got fog or whether you got subsurface scattering, or however that light is bouncing, it's that element.
and then you could just turn it up and down.
Yeah, that's absolutely phenomenal. I can jump into these questions now, folks. If you have questions, we have Michael for about 30 minutes max. This is all we get. Like, this is it. So if you want to ask any questions about anything in the presentation, you have go back. You can scroll through the timeline. If there's something specifically you want, just go ahead and at Matthias Omatola. You can just go ahead and at me in the chat. It'll show up orange on my screen. My team will grab it, and we will put it in our list of questions. So we'll do that. And we'll dive in before I jump into any of my personal questions. Let's dive into from the community. All right. Is there a shortcut to bring up the materials panel? I like having it out of the way, but sometimes I think the corner buttons are a little too fiddly to find and click.
I don't know if there's actually a shortcut. I was always wondering if there's a way to like custom make those panels that fly out. But oh, that would be cool. But
feature request.
Yeah. Because I still like to have my timeline panel a little different. But what you can do is you can have whatever going on in your layout, and then save as the default layout. I think it's called. I think you go to Window, Customize, and Save as Startup Layout. And that should work. And then there's also the other option to save a default scene. So if you wanted to, like, say, change the frame rate in your project settings and then save that so that you're always starting at 24 instead of 30. Then you could just roll out that materials panel, save it as the default, and it'll always just be open.
Yeah, the save as default.
That's what I do.
Yeah, we'll just say, like, once you set up a workflow that you like. Interesting on the pull-out panels. For me as well, like getting used to the little corner keys, even for like the timeline thing, like you said, I've set up my own custom. It's just a great way to do it. So if you find that that's easier for you, just go ahead with that. If not, it's just training the brain like, oh, this is a material dropout. But yeah, I wonder about that. And maybe somebody from our team can let us know that, on the tech side, is there a way to build your own, fly out panels, those quick button panels? Because that would be fun, because I do it in my dock, but it'd be nice, like, oh, here's all my custom buttons and operations. So feature request, if not, but maybe it already exists. Let's see here. Someone's wondering, if you have some objects and you want to use effectors and fields on them, do you put them in a fracture or something else? Okay, so this is someone that looks like they haven't used the MoGraph that much.
So like if you have objects and they're just in different, you're just placing them in different places, but then you want to affect them with effectors, then yeah, probably the fastest way is just to throw them all into a fracture object. They'll all stay exactly where you put them. And then say you run a plane effector or something over them, say to push them in the Y direction or something, it should just work like as if it's a cloner, but you get to place them wherever you have them manually.
Yeah, so I think that's the main operation of the fracture object. Maybe there's more. Maybe I'll right click and show help. But yeah, that's always what I use it for. Is like you have random objects that you want to use effectors on, fracture object.
There's also this guy, and I don't know if I'm going to mispronounce this, but I think it's Artutor on Twitter, and I've linked to him a number of times because a good number of years back I made this sort of rig that was called Simple Moves, and it was about moving things kind of like the morph camera but for objects. And he made a Python version of that, which he hosts on his site, but he makes all these great plugins and puts them out there for the community, and it's phenomenal work. And he has a sort of custom effector I guess it's a custom effector that works in that same way, where you get to choose something out of a cloner and move it around, move pieces around as if it was in the fracture object manually. And I have not tried it, but it looks phenomenal. And all his we'll find his name. We'll put it in.
Yeah, the chat. Find it to me. Hit me on in the back channel chat, and I will get it out to all the folks here on the YouTubes and everywhere else. So let's see here. Got a message back from Tech. Look at that. Rick says there's no way to build out your own flyouts. Only works with C4D managers, though you can middle click the hamburgers to fold. So using the hamburger menu. So I guess if you can create your own custom menus that way, you can do that. And I got that art.
Oh yeah. That's true. That's been there for a while, actually. I think I don't really use that, but I probably should.
Yeah, right. The hamburger menus is like, oh, middle mouse. It's those little things, you know. It's those little things that do it. All right, so let me see here. Oh, Rick already got it in there for you guys. So yeah, so our tutor is up. So team's working quick today.
Really check out his stuff. Like, there's so much to explore that I really can't. I mean, it's really phenomenal.
Very cool. Another thing that brought up is Shift F2 to open the material manager. So there is just a quick shortcut. There you go. Look at learning you started off with the quick tips, and now we're getting the shortcuts. Look at workflow enhanced up, plus 400% today. All right. So so Shift F2 material manager, that's going to pull up the material manager for you for that quick pull out. So hopefully that takes care of that question there. All right, moving on, material manager, and I got a winky face with a winky face emoji too. You guys can't see. All right, let's see here. Instead of aligning the AE comp with the camera through external compositing with the puzzle mat, had you considered using a UV pass?
Yeah, you could do that. It's something you'd need a third-party plugin, but they're out there. And for me, I guess old habits die hard. If it's flat, I just do the method that I showed you, where it's like just using that solid in there, and it puts it in 3D space in the right spot. But where that would be really good is on a curved surface or anything that's animated or whatever. Then you've got basically a lot better sort of possibilities with a UV pass.
Cool. Yeah, I haven't used the UV plugin, and it's good. Like for me, revisiting the external compositing tag, especially for quick screen replacements, because what I have been doing is using like the full Cineware, like bring the entire scene in and everything else, which can be a little bit heavy for sometimes what I'm looking for, and then also working in just 3D space and everything versus the camera external compositing tag seems to always just lock in really solid when it comes to screen. So that's just a good thing to revisit for those of you who have not used that workflow. It is really direct and straightforward. So go back and watch it if you haven't. Save it, bookmark it, whatever the case may be. Because for screen replacement, it's such a great technique.
Yeah, it's just that old, it used to be there was like, I forget what it was called, AEC or something. It still exists, I think. I just grabbed the Cinema 4D file and drag it in and hit extract and get my stuff. But yeah, grab
your camera.
Yeah.
Like getting the camera is the big thing. I'm like, oh, do I have my camera or certain solids? Like that's what I'm always looking for.
Super helpful. And then even if you don't like want to replace a screen, a lot of times what I'll do is just use that same feature just to kind of get my bearings. Like you have your camera and then you have one place in space that you know where it is, or multiple. And then like, say you wanted to add some cards with fog on them or something like that, or even like UI elements, little tags or whatever in space in After Effects, you know exactly where to put them. You just copy the position coordinates from your solid or null, and there you go. Yeah.
That's awesome. Let's see here. Somebody is wondering, can that lighting technique be implemented with other render engines, or is it only a Redshift thing? Have you worked with it with back in the day with standard physical or?
I haven't. I believe there actually is a standard or physical way of doing that in the old stuff, but I never did it. But I do think that there was like a separate lights kind of option or something.
Right. You have your lighting I think it was back with the AEC file where it did export your lights, your cameras, and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can actually get your lights in After Effects as well. That's really cool too. So like if you were lighting in After Effects, you can actually use After Effects lights in the same location as your cinema lights so that you get a similar effect on whatever your stuff is in After Effects. But there is, I believe there's actually a way to do light passes as well, I think. But Redshift was really the first one that for me really made it really easy to just kind of consider it, you know, because it just sort of renders out at the same time. I don't think it takes any longer to render those as separate channels. And it just, made it easy.
Somebody is wondering about all of your Maxon merch. Where do you get all your Maxon?
I get it from you.
Where you get your Maxon swag? Where you get your...
Yeah, got my tea and my coffee.
Look at that, Maxon loaded up. And for those of you, if you're looking for Maxon merch, we have a bunch of goodies. So you can jump in. My team, I'm sure, if I haven't already said it, they're probably posting it as I speak. So if you're looking to get any of the goodies, I don't know if this one's up on the store yet. This one's
That's
really
cool. That's a new one, yeah.
Yeah, the RGB separation on this, chromatic aberration, it does look really spacey in pictures. Everybody thinks it's like, oh, is it blurry? Is it messed up? No, it's actually an interesting design. But let's see, any new, so when it comes to techniques, you showed a lot of different things from After Effects, Cinema, and all that. With Red Giant tools, are there a couple things that you use and play with that, like any of anything in the Red Giant family that is some of your go-tos?
My go-to now for keying is Primat. That's been a sort of shift, and I like that. Like I've been getting pretty good results. We've had one little, there's been some with some of the machines here, the Max, the M1s. There's been some shift over with some of the Red Giant stuff and using M1 Max, which I presume is getting ironed out.
Yeah, I think we were just talking about that. Michael was talking about that earlier, that a lot of it is up to date. There are a couple ones that need to get caught up, but there are so many different things that's on there. So Primat is one.
What's it called? Kingpin. That's super fun. Like that's been super helpful for removing things, patching VFX shots, removing trackers and wires and that sort of thing.
I think you went over that in your last presentation.
That's right. I did.
Camera piece. If you haven't, we have in the archive. I think it was last year. It wasn't the year before, was it? Oh, so many years, so quickly, Michael.
They all got smashed together by COVID.
Check out his last presentation on the 3D motion show, or if one of my team members, if you guys can find his last presentation and put it in there, he does go over some nice Kingpin tracker stuff, which is great because you literally saved yourself from a re-render.
Oh yeah.
By using that technique.
I actually did that. I didn't talk about it on this one, but there's one shot. I think it was the shot of the watch with the hologram going up, and I had a light that was reflecting in the corner of the watch, and it was moving, and as the camera moved, you start seeing this big white wash over the edge of the edge of the watch. And so I just took like a still frame from the beginning, basically, and just like tracked it right across the side of the watch, just in 2D, and it's like you just can't even for something like that,
It's so perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For that like commercial kind of stuff where it's all like, supposed to be like really clean and stuff like that, then you don't really notice something like that that's just like kind of not it's such a heightened level of lighting and product shotness anyways, that it's hyper real almost in a certain sense.
Clean and perfect is fine. You don't need to have 1,000 different blurry reflections in there. It's more locking in, the geometry. If the geometry looks clean and perfect, it's good.
I think it's just one of those things from an art perspective. It's just like it's commercials are fast, and you know, you have a shot that's lasting so long. If something drags your eye over there, then that's not what you want it to be doing. Then you got to deal with that in some way so that it keeps the eyes going to where they need to go to tell the story.
Definitely. Speaking of which, would as far as like when it comes down to creative, because you've worked like a broad range of different, you know, things. You want to talk a little bit about that path, because you kind of dove right into, you know, the meat and potatoes, which is awesome and everybody loves it. But what were some of the, you know, your creative path? What was some of your creative path that you've gone on and like kind of picked up and built to get you where you are now? Because I think when we first connected, I think it was one of the like your Microsoft commercials or something like that that really caught my eye with, you know, you were doing interface, this layering technique that you use for that is just, you know, phenomenal. Really attention getting. Yeah. But yeah, why don't you just share some of that, you know, your creative path?
So my history kind of a thing?
Yeah,
like,
just a little bit on the creative.
So like I come from, both of my parents were Montessori preschool teachers, and they brought me up just kind of out in the hills, not really having like a lot to do. So I'd just be like taking sticks and building forts and painting and using clay. And so I got brought up just with a lot of different mediums and art in general, and just kind of like thought that's what you're supposed to do, is just like make stuff and experiment and, you know, explore. And so I was doing that. I got into drawing for a while, and I'd be listening to music, drawing, hip hop music, and so that led me actually into music production and being a music producer for a number of years, doing hip hop sample based music. And that's where the name Samplistic comes from. Originally, it was Samplistic Records, and we put out a bunch of albums and compilations and that sort of thing. And I produced music under the name Idiom Creek, and you can still find all my old albums at idiomcreek.com on Bandcamp. And I was making music for you know, college. It was mostly like college radio station, you know, and then I did a lot of background music for reality shows. So all the like Making the Band and Real World and Puff Daddy and Road Rules and whatever. Bad Girls Club was a really big one. VH1, MTV, all that stuff. I was making music for those shows. Oh, so many years ago. It was another lifetime. And while I was doing that, I was like, okay, I've like, you know, kind of like invented this way of making music for myself, you know, and it's tracks and that sort of thing. And I started thinking, oh, you know, I want to do this, but visually, and in my mind, it was like a Monty Python kind of thing. It was like collage, you know, like animating collage, basically. Okay. And I was just looking for ways to do that, and I discovered After Effects, and that they had just come out with like 2.5D, you know, and
early
and
days.
So I was like, this is what I was. I was like faking camera moves in 2D before, and then like got in, and this was before YouTube. Aaron Rabinowitz was a big instructor for me on Creative Cow, and just started just teaching myself that Blender a little bit, actually, and then I got into Cinema 4D. Blender was like, that was way, I mean, there was like, I don't know, version 1 or whatever, and it was like, you know, completely different beast. It wasn't for artists, it was for like developers at a certain level, you know. And then there was
Linux. Fun with Linux. Yeah.
But then there was like Cinema 4D. Actually, Nick Campbell was sort of the one who said like, oh, if you're into After Effects, there's Cinema 4D, and it's kind of like you can grasp it, you know. And I did, and just started, you know, heading down that path more and more, and you know, basically when I move from music to visuals, it's always with the mindset that it's all the same thing. Whether you're making music or you're making images or you're painting or you're doing animations or you're doing collage or you're directing live action or whatever, it's like you've got a artistic process, and in most of the cases you have a timeline and layers, whether it's layers in time in your process or layers literally on your screen for the editor or After Effects or music tracks or whatever. And so the machine is just sort of an interim, and it's all about kind of like, yeah, take these techniques and try to remember them so that when you're trying to create something for yourself, if you have an idea or whatever, you work those in and see if they're a way to solve the problem for you. So that's why I like wanted to like offer these bunch of small ones, and I hope to do that more in the future. Small little tips that, like, I hope that this is a point of leverage for people where they can go, oh, if I use that in my way, and it's not like this is the outputted result, but this is just something that you can use along the way for your outputted result. So it's not like a tutorial like, here's how to make this, but it's like along the way, this is a tool that can get you from this point to that point, and maybe that fits into whatever you're trying to do personally for your art.
Awesome. And when it comes to directing, when did you make the switch from music to, like, all right, full on commercial?
Well, let's see. Probably right around like 2008, 2009 time period ish. I mean, I had been making I'd been in visuals for a good number of years, maybe five or 6 years at that point. But it was literally like I just went on Craigslist and took every single job that I could. I did a wedding video job where I would go and edit, because I'm a video editor as well. So I would go and edit at weddings, and that would, you know, that was for a company, and that basically taught me to edit fast, because, you know, I'm there at the beginning of the wedding and they're eating dinner and they're about to watch the edit during dinner. So but there was an animation side of that as well. There was like this sort of photo kind of fun kind of collage recollection of how, you know, whatever the bride and groom's kind of life was together. And then I just, you know, music videos and anything, and basically cheap or free. I just wanted to be doing that more than it was just more interesting to me after having done music for 10 or 15 years. I really wanted to just explore that and those tools that were just like at the time, like bursting out, you know, like Final Cut was just kind of new on the scene. And yeah, it was so I just was really more interested in exploring that. Plus, pays better than music. Music doesn't pay so well.
More importantly, I get to feed my family. I get to keep the lights on. Yeah,
so that just sprung into like doing. Eventually, I had so much going on, and it just sort of bled into commercial work. You know, doing stuff for bigger brands and agencies and that sort of thing, and it grew and grew, and it continues to grow, and yeah, I mean, I'm happy with where it is, and looking forward to where it's going.
Awesome. And then lastly, working with any new tools in your pipeline, learning anything new?
Unreal. Starting with
Unreal.
I just started, you know, like I'm excited though, because it's pretty interesting. I really wish that for me personally, I don't want it to make games. I want it to render, you know? So I'd almost prefer a a version of it that was just sort of siphoned off and made into like a post-production only kind of version, but that would be cool, but because there's
please,
but I don't think that they're realistically going to do that, or that they even really should, because I know so little about it. There's probably a lot of tools in there that you just can't get rid of, that are probably intended to be for games, but that people are using for post-production sort of rendering and stuff like that. So, it's really interesting though, like just kind of a different way of thinking about things a little bit. And I still don't fully understand. It's a little bit strange in my mind to like wrap my head around how it saves and project manages and stuff like that.
File form, file placements and structure.
Yeah. But I did just learn that there's actually a path tracer in there. So you can actually, you got Lumen and stuff, which is like a really good, fast approximation of GI, and it's like, that's probably what you mostly want to use, but you have all your lights and your cameras and your materials, and apparently you can just sort of switch it over to path tracing, and it kind of acts like an Octane or a Redshift in there.
Yeah. So much to explore, and I know that's one of the things that we have. There's been updates to the integration and the Unreal workflow, and all these different tools, like so much integration, like with the ZBrush family, like getting this whole.
I want to learn that as well.
Yeah, it's one of the big things, is like getting the whole pipeline together so you can jump in and it's just smooth and fast, as we like our creative process to be. But Michael, it was great having you. For everybody who wants to see more or the project, I'll put that in. It's Lost Children of Andromeda. Also, Arturo Wong worked on some of the different shots. So everything you see on there is cinema. I worked on some of the different assets, and this was all over the break. And then, Michael's commercial. I don't even think they've officially released it yet. So you guys got a super sneak peek here. But all that stuff is cinema. So you guys want to chat me after the show or anytime about that stuff, we can talk, because, doing production stuff too. I like to stay artistic and creative as well in my free time. So can't wait to have you back, brother. We'll definitely have you back for more tips and
Always
tricks.
a pleasure.
I'm sure everybody enjoys it. And we will definitely catch you.
And great work on the modeling.
Oh, thank you.
Don't forget.
Look at that.
Matthias.
So call my agent if you want to book me.
Kept right up with all the other models.
Oh, appreciate it, brother.
It was a great day.
Yeah, it was a fantastic shoot. So we will be right back with our next presenter right after the break. Stay tuned, and we'll see you then.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Let's start at the beginning. I'm Caitlin. I'm really excited that you're joining me for Brush Up. Pretty awesome. Big fan of this. Let's crank this brush up bigger. Add life to those illustrations. What do I have going on here? This little guy right here. Maybe I should make him pink instead. Now that I like. It's pretty cute. Now this is a fun one that you can play around with drawings that you might already have. Does this look good? Does this look right? But with my reference screen, I can see the whole thing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Little isometric view. A little bit of grass here. I am a rat enthusiast. Procreate, illustration, and animation. Simple as that, and it's all perfect. This is going to be a great resource for you. You'll be inspired and equipped to tackle your own creative projects right away. Grab your iPad and your Apple Pencil and let's brush up. Boom. Roll credits.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Let's start at the beginning. I'm Caitlin. I'm really excited that you're joining me for Brush Up. Pretty awesome. Big fan of this. Let's crank this brush up bigger. Add life to those illustrations. What do I have going on here? This little guy right here. Maybe I should make him pink instead. Now that I like. It's pretty cute. Now this is a fun one. You can play around with drawings that you might already have. Does this look good? Does this look right? With my reference screen, I can see the whole thing. Ooh, ooh, woo! Little isometric view. A little bit of grass here. I am a rat enthusiast. Procreate, illustration, and animation. Simple as that, and it's all perfect. This is going to be a great resource for you. You'll be inspired and equipped to tackle your own creative projects right away. Grab your iPad and your Apple Pencil and let's brush up. Boom. Roll credits.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. We are here at the 3D Motion Show. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, showcasing amazing artists from around the globe. For those of you who haven't already, this is the time to go to 3dmotionshow.com, and under the little video player, you see a place that says sign up. And what you can sign up for is not just notifications. We're going to send you those so that you know the next show and all the amazing things going on, but it's also your chance to win a bunch of different amazing prizes. So go ahead and over to the 3D Motion Show, click that link, sign up so you can get entered to win prizes from some of our sponsors like Dell, Sense Labs, Tool Farm. So we got a bunch of other goodies in there too. So next up is, a lot of you know him on the interwebs as Ram, but this is Ross Morris.
Hey, I'm Ross. Nice to meet you. This is actually my first time presenting for Maxon, and I'd consider myself a generalist. What's the buzzword these days? Multidisciplinary. And I'm using Cinema 4D to create NFTs full-time at the moment. Cinema 4D was my introduction to the 3D canvas, if you will. I was introduced to it in school, where I was trained in it for only a couple months, but everything I'm using today I taught myself, which of course is a criminally unfair statement considering the resources at my disposal thanks to its community. Cinema 4D goes beyond just being another piece of software I've incorporated into my workflow. It's where that workflow starts. It's become both the means by which I conceptualize my inspirations and create my artwork. The purpose of the rest of my workflow is typically just to supplement what I'm producing in Cinema 4D. One of the things I find most powerful about the software is its ability to accommodate so many different styles and workflows. It offers plenty of room for those that like to take on a creative challenge and meticulously solve it as efficiently as possible, and for people like me that just like to go in there and treat it like a laboratory of a mad scientist. And in my case, that's not so far off from the truth. I'd say what I am most well known for among the MoGraph community, and certainly my greatest professional achievement, couldn't have been done without Cinema 4D, and that's a little project I started last year, 2021, called Cryptobiotica. Cryptobiotica is a fictional scientific laboratory claiming to have discovered the first instances of digital life living within blockchain networks. Now, using a workflow that starts within Cinema 4D, I create abstract representations of microbial life forms called cryptobiotics, and I've created 65 species to date, and each of these species is able to be cross-pollinated with another to form a new species. Cryptobiotica seeks to explore the parallels between the artistic evolution that takes place once an artist reiterates the same concept over and over, and that of biological evolution in the natural world. Obviously, asking what I do for a living is a very loaded question for me. Now, I know what you're thinking at this point. Here's another NFT guy here trying to sell me his project. You're correct. Today, I'll actually be breaking down the technique behind a different NFT. Actually, my first, what I'd consider significant sale. And this is a little series I've been working on called Kaleidoscopes. Now, of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that the skull assets being used to create Kaleidoscopes are produced by a very talented 3D sculptor by the name of Bill Ellis. And I will be including links to his webpage, so you can go check out those assets for yourself, because they are the best 3D skull assets out there, bar none. I wanted to break down the technique I'm using to create Kaleidoscopes today, because to me, they represent how, with just a few clicks and a little bit of MoGraph, any asset can be transformed into a mesmerizing kaleidoscope composed of the essence of that asset, if that makes any sense. So, without further ado, let's dive into that. Alright, so here we are in the scene file. This is Kaleidoscope 1 of 4. It is also the simplest of the 4, and I wanted to get started with this one because I think it'll allow us to kind of break down each individual component and kind of showcase what each one of them are doing. Alright, so getting started. Everything in this folder, Scene, we're pretty much going to ignore. This is filled with everything we need to render, make it look nice. I've just got an Octane camera in there and a couple HDRIs, and we're not really going to be going over that in this presentation. Now the backup folder basically just contains the asset itself and the means by which I'm slicing it up like this, and we'll be going over that a little later. So without further ado, let's get started. Everything is essentially contained within this cloner here, which is cloning this group, Skull Fracture. So let's talk about what's in this Skull Fracture group. If we turn off the cloner, you can see this is everything within this group, and let's dive into that. So immediately you'll see each of the, I believe, 20 pieces that compose this skull asset. And once we get to the top here, you'll notice something called a plane. Now, if you've been working in Cinema 4D for a little while, I don't need to explain to you what a plane is, but for anyone new here, a plane is something called an effector. And I think the plane in particular is a really great way to get started with effectors if you're unfamiliar with what these are and what they do. So I'm going to be diving into exactly how I'm using it in this configuration. Now, a plane is just one of many different kinds of effectors, and if you want to know where to find them, it's up here in the MoGraph menu. You click that, and it's the first thing, and then plane is the first one. Now, if you're not familiar at all with effectors, a good way to look at them would be to consider them sort of like devices that allow you to influence elements of your scene in specific and controlled ways. So the effector here allows you to influence parameters like the position, scale, and rotation of certain elements. In this context, I'm only using it to affect the position. I'm just going to ignore the keyframe over rotation for now. So at the moment, I'm telling all of the elements within this group that the plane is in to adhere to the positions that I have specified within the parameter tab of the plane. Now you may notice that's not all that's going on here. If that was the case, it would just raise the skull up on the Y. Instead, what we're seeing is this sort of step-like looking configuration of all these different elements of the skull. And here's why. If I open up the plane, you'll see something called a linear field below it. And a field is essentially a device you can use to administer something like an effector in a very controlled and specific way. So fields come in all shapes and sizes, but the one I'm using in this case is called a linear field. And the linear field in particular could be seen a lot like a gradient. Now, instead of a color gradient that might start as black on one end, white on the other, the field is a gradient of influence. So here at this front arrow, this would be the front of the field. We're going to see the least amount of influence from the effector it's tied to. So this is what I mean by it's a gradient of influence. So to break this down in simple terms, we've told this effector any object in the same group as you move on the y-axis up and down. Then by administering that command using a field like this, we're telling it to have the least amount of influence at the front of the effector, most at the back. What the field then does is interpolate everything in between, just as a gradient would between two colors specified at the front and back of it. So that actually wraps up everything that's going on in this skull fracture group. That's it. It's just one effector being driven by a field. Then, when we add the cloner into the mix, things start to get a lot more interesting without very much additional effort. All the cloner is doing is taking what we've already put together in this skull fracture group and is cloning it symmetrically, and in this case in a radial formation. So you can almost sort of see the cloner as a means of multiplying the effort you put into that one group. And in this case, I really haven't put in that much effort at all. When we turn the cloner off, you can see all that's going on is I've keyframed the field on the x-axis moving left to right, and that's it. It's just a single keyframe. So on that note, let's move on to something a little more complex so we can see how to compound this effect. And I did that in Kaleidoscope 2. So here we are in Kaleidoscope 2, and I'm just gonna scrub through the timeline here so you can see what's going on. And you may notice a number of differences. So as you can see, on the surface level, exactly the same as before. We've got our cloner and our group inside of it. Now, this time when I open the skull fracture group, you'll notice 5 planes and 5 fields. So let's talk about why you'd want to add more of these and the benefits of doing so. With one plane and one field, our options are a little more restricted. So if we wanted to, say, adjust the position on the Y, and then at a later time in the scene on the X, that would be very difficult with just a single plane and a single field. And that's because all the parameters associated with that one effector are being driven by the same field. So if you look at the timeline as I go through each of these fields and look for those little notches that indicate keyframes, you'll notice each of these fields has different keyframes, and so they're activating at different points in the animation. In effect, this will allow you to layer the activation of these different fields and their associated effectors to create a much more dynamic animation. So why don't we take a moment and deactivate all of this. Go through each plane. So this is the first plane, and let's see what it does. So we have keyframes starting at 30, going to 120. So right there we saw what that's doing. It kind of compresses the skulls, pushes them inward in a weirdly fluid kind of way. That's because each of these segments is actually being forced to clip through one another. And let's see why. If we go into plane, we see -40 on the y-axis. Now, if you didn't notice, the slices of this skull in the second kaleidoscope are running horizontally rather than vertically. And I'm going to turn off the cloner here so we can have an isolated view of that. So fundamentally, still the same technique, but by altering the angle of these divided sections, you're going to get some very different visual properties. So examining this asset in an isolated state, we can see that the field is having to run from top to bottom rather than left to right. And that's creating this bizarre effect where these segments kind of collapse in on each other. And I believe there's a few other keyframes here, so what else is going on? All right, slowly pushes back up. So alone, this is kind of interesting. Nothing really to write home about until you start compounding it with these other factors. So you'll notice the skull is also starting to spin around and create some different forms there. That doesn't have anything to do with the effectors. But if we check out the properties of our cloner, you'll notice there's some stuff keyframed. So let's see what's going on there. Things like the radius are keyframed. You can see the little dots here. Something's going on here in this cloner. Let's figure it out. Transform. Okay, so in the transform tab of a cloner, be wary now, this is different than coordinates. The coordinates pertain to the cloner as a whole and everything in it. So you can see I can rotate here and the entire thing moves. So again, this is the transform tab within a cloner. And you'll see here, I'm just going to mess with a few of these on the rotation parameters. You can achieve some pretty interesting effects with just this alone. Like if I move the P rotation axis, it almost creates a fractal-like visual using just the skull assets themselves, nothing else done to them. I highly encourage looking into this yourself. Again, it's the transform tab within a cloner. You can get some really cool effects just messing with a few of these. Moving on to plane 2, let's see what this is doing. All right, clearly same idea. So let's check it out and see what it's doing. I'm guessing the Y, and there we go, -60 on the Y. So this is a further compound to the first plane. It's taking what that first plane is doing and it's doubling down. Well, not quite doubling, but you get the idea. So the two together, activated at similar but different times, has a much more dramatic effect on the visual. So that's the effect we're achieving by doubling those. So let's turn the cloner off and witness that isolated to the skull. So there's our first one, and then our second one pulls through. Now, in this instance, this compounding sort of effect, you could achieve this somewhat easily with a single plane and a single field, just by using this remapping parameter here. And I'm going to talk about that in just a bit. In other cases, though, like if you wanted to accentuate the movement of one parameter with a different one of a different nature, say position with rotation, so you want something that sprouts up and then twists shortly after, you're going to have a much harder time accomplishing that with one effector and then one field. So you want to make more to give yourself that flexibility when you're experimenting. So next I want to talk about this little feature I mentioned before, these remapping, found on the remapping tab of any field. So in this instance, looking at field point 4 and its remapping tab, this is set up so that once the field has moved through the object and past it, the object is then left in the same state as it was before the field entered its sphere of influence. And we can see that in the remapping tab with that peaks and valleys. It starts at 0, goes up, does something, and then ends at 0, leaving the object in that same state. Now you can modify the remapping with these simple sliders here, but I'd recommend going under contour if you want a greater degree of control, because here you can use something like the curve contour mode, and that'll allow you to draw your remapping as you would any spline. It really doesn't get any more customizable than that. Comparing that to our first planes field, we can see starts high, ends low. So there is a state change occurring. Once that field is passed through the asset, it isn't going to look the same unless you pull that field back through it. So doing something like this, where it starts at 0 and, maybe it gets a little wacky and wild somewhere in the middle, ends at 0, it'll allow you to create something that, I don't know, say loops. So if you wanted this to just be a repeating loop, then that's a great way to do it. Otherwise, you could just keyframe the field back through the object where it started, and that works too. And that's just a prime example of how flexible Cinema 4D is when it comes to your specific workflow that you prefer. And here we are at Kaleidoscope 4. And viewport performance is starting to chug a little bit here, and you'll find out why in just a second. I just wanted to show this one off to demonstrate that while the concept can remain simple, it can be pushed as far as you'd like it to be. So, what's going on here? Let's get out of our camera view and get a different perspective. Here it starts as a writhing mass, but there's two different behaviors here. And so what I actually did here is I took two different skulls, and I'm cloning both simultaneously in each of these groups. Not only that, but each skull is fractured in a different orientation. Removing skull fracture vertical, I'm sure you can assume this has been sliced horizontally. And that's the visual we're getting from this one. I'd say it holds up pretty well on its own, but now you add in the vertical slice and it becomes a whole different animal. Now there's a lot going on. I sought to ground them both so that at any one time you can still tell these are skulls being distorted, but at certain points in the middle here, it just starts to resemble something of its own. And it's a little hard to see here in the viewport, so I'm just gonna throw an Octane live viewer next to this and get a look at that rendered. Looks like I've got some depth of field on this camera, so let me turn that off. So as you can see, this can start to get really complicated and very busy. And that's up to your own artistic discretion as to when to draw the line, because this is a technique that it'll hold up as far as you want to push it. And so that's sort of what I was trying to do here. I wanted to see, like, all right, let's get this really busy and see what comes out of it. And you start to get these forms here, like at the end, where it's just this writhing mass of teeth. Even when they're not getting split up, just them together in that state begins to form some occult symbols and things like that, all on its own. These sort of things just emerge organically. Exacerbating that is this effect that we get by slicing. So each of these functions in the exact same way, where we have all of the slice segments contained within these groups. And then of course we have our plane and field combinations driving their animations. Now at this point, I'm sure you're wondering, how do you go about getting these assets ready? How do you go about taking an item as dense as one of Bill Ellis's skulls and slicing it up so neatly? And believe it or not, you don't need to use Houdini or anything like that. You can do it right within Cinema 4D using a simple Voronoi fracture. And we're going to get into that next as we embark on our special project. And to do that, I'm going to need to introduce a special guest.
Underwear. It's like,
but why does it say media and adult anus? Your anus.
This is called Jabba the Pooh / Winnie the Hunt.
That's right, everybody. We got what's his name? Everybody knows this guy. I think it's Beep Michaelman. That can't be right. Anyway, doesn't matter, because today all he is the asset we're going to be using to slice up and throw into one of these rigs. So that'll be the purpose of this segment. I'll basically just be showing you how to prep your asset for this technique. So to start, MoGraph, tab up here, Voronoi fracture. We take our asset, place it in the Voronoi, and we're greeted by a visual that resembles that Somebody That I Used to Know music video by Godier. Now, an insane person might take this as symbolism for the fact that this man hasn't texted me back since becoming a global superstar, but I know this is just the default source configuration for a Voronoi fracture. So we can actually rid ourselves of those pesky thoughts by going under the Sources tab and deleting the default there. And moving on, we're just going to go ahead and set up our matrix object. And we'll be using that to dictate our sliced segments from this asset. Now, that is something that can also be found under the MoGraph menu with your vectors. It's right underneath the cloner. There's our matrix. Now, we don't need this square grid array. We just need a linear one. And we can't see this. So what's going on here? All right, so it looks to be like a vertical, and we'll just need to real quick here, rotate horizontally. We'll do a vertical cut. We'll do a vertibeeple. Now let's move this above and switch into our top view. I'm accessing that in case you don't know. I'm pressing the middle, I'm clicking down the middle mouse wheel. And then to move back into it, you just click that same wheel again. Now, starting at about the ear, we'll have those ears living free before long. Grab this end and just stretch it to the other side. Easy as that. We want to leave that ear free. Perfect. Okay. Now we're going to need more. We need more slices. This is set to per step. We're going to want this at end point. Right? So it's clustered like that. So now we'll stretch that out. And you can see these aren't exact here, so let's just adjust the Z, change that to 0 so it's precise straight across. And you know what, we'll reduce the Y a little bit. We'll do an even 140. Center it to the best of our ability. So now, you know what? Let's do some more cuts. Let's start with 10. Let's see how that looks. We're going to move to our Voronoi, go to Sources. Now, next step is pretty simple. You just drag the matrix into the source. And because this is not a dense mesh like our skulls, it's a pretty painless process there. And from here, you're just going to want to adjust this to your exact liking. These different colorized fragments are going to represent each of the individual pieces being sliced. And those slices are determined by what we just set up in our matrix object. After some slight adjustment there, we might be ready to begin. We can move into any of these views to double check. And you know, I think we might need one more of these cuts. I think that'll put it pretty even there. So it looks like old Mike is ready to be diced. Is it Mike or is it Bike Meepleman? I don't I don't know. I don't even know who this guy is. All right. From here, pretty straightforward. We're just gonna right-click our Voronoi and current state to object. So what that'll do is it'll make a copy that is independent of this whole gaggle of devices here. So the next thing I'm going to do here is take all these devices I just used to create this asset and group them with Alt-G. It's the keyboard shortcut. I'm going to name this bike backup man. It seems appropriate. So when you use the current state to object command, it actually puts all the segments into a group automatically. You can see here it's called Voronoi fracture. And I'm actually going to go back into our backup and turn off these devices just so they're not using any unneeded processing power. Well, I'm starting to run low on time here, so I'm going to kind of skip through this next part of the process because it is the most tedious and time-consuming part of it, but it's pretty easy to get the idea once I show you what to do. So here we are. Now we have this group that within it is contained all the bits of beep, we'll call them. This was created when we turned our Voronoi into an object, current state to object. So they're all a little discombobulated though. Because some of these polygons aren't touching, they are considered separate elements by the Voronoi. I like to keep this technique clean by interconnecting all of them. And so that's just a little bit of a process here that I'm going to go over. But you're welcome to forego it. I just think it's a lot cleaner if there's not little bits and pieces kind of floating around and it's all just these solid slabs. Let's get started on that. Here's our group with all our pieces. And I'm going to go to the top-down view because basically what we need to do is select these straight down and connect them using a little tool here. And oh, okay, so I think I'm in the wrong mode. Yeah, there we go. You want to go in your object selection mode, select the group. Now for this part, we don't want to use the standard selector, the circular one. We actually want to use a rectangular selection, so we can just kind of go down through each row and grab everything within that row in order to sort of amalgamate them into one object. To change our selection type, it's up here. You can see live selection, rectangle selection. That's the one we want. And this is what it looks like. You're just going to go down each row and drag the box, select everything in it. That's step one. Now once you're confident you've got everything in that row, you just right-click, connect objects, and delete. Now I personally like to make sure I've gotten everything in that row by giving it the forward and backward drag test, making sure it's a clean shear. Then we move on to the next one. And repeat as many times as necessary. By the end of it, you'll have a clean group with each of these objects representing a separate element, and it's time to add our plane effector, which you can do by selecting the group, hovering over plane, holding shift, and clicking. That'll put it directly in the group. Now, I can pretty vividly imagine the scene at home here. You just called your mom over, you told her you just learned a cool new thing from 3D Motion Show. You gotta move these parameters in your plane effector and nothing's happening. And now, not only is your mother disappointed in you, she's calling me a charlatan. And I know this because it used to be me before I found the Deformer tab. And it's in the Deformer tab where we find this little drop down where we can specify to the effector here what to deform. In this case, it's objects. And just like that, I've cleared my good name, Mom is proud again. And remember, we did it all through the Deformer tab. Selecting objects. This tells the effector to influence only objects within the same group as it. Now, all we have to worry about is adding our field, and you can do that through the Fall Off tab. of the effector, and you've got a linear field waiting right here for you. Now pause for a moment, close your eyes, take a deep breath. All your dreams are about to come true. Click it, and there we go. Now, it's obviously not perfect yet. You're going to want to do your own fine-tuning, but if you're still with me up to this point, I trust you'll be able to figure out exactly what you need and how to adjust this to your liking. So here we are on the home stretch. Only thing left to do is get your group selected, hold Alt, move up to your cloner here, and click it. Holding Alt will automatically put it within the cloner. And just like that, we now have an army of malformed Mike Wazowskis. This is obviously not the effect we want, so if we navigate back to our cloner, under the Object tab, we'll see the mode set to Grid Array, and just like our matrix, we gotta switch that up, only we'll be using Radial here. So now we can see Beat Michaelman expressing some self-love here, and I'm happy for him, good for him. Still not the effect we're looking for. There's one more thing we need to change. And we can get to that by navigating back to our cloner in the Object tab, seeing where it says Plane, and switching that up to the appropriate orientation. And because we're running out of time here, I'm just going to resume working on this scene, sort of finish it up at the speed I normally work at. But if you've been following along, you have everything you need to get started making your own. The rest is really just about animating those fields, adding in more, experimenting with your own style, choice and design, asset choice, and so on. I made a mic litoscope here today, but for you it could be a car, it could be something you modeled, it could be a 3D scan of your face. The possibilities are endless. Well, everyone, this is where we conclude. I want to thank you so much for watching. For some reason this should be a moment of joy and celebration, but I've been looking at this thing too long, and all I feel is nausea. So, without, I'm just gonna get this off the screen now. Oh, but not for you. No, you have to keep looking at it. I've seen this long enough. I'm only kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. You and I, we share a bond after today. We share a trauma after witnessing. And that's why I'm sure you'll check me out on my social media and have a look at my NFTs. Now, you don't have to buy them, but, at least have a look. I put a lot of time into them. So, I hope you enjoy. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. And once again, I really appreciate you watching. And we're going to cut to questions now. So I'll see you then.
All right. Welcome back to the show. I am here with Ross and Lizard Ross and the gecko.
Please get off my face.
Are you here to sell insurance? What are you doing?
It's a gecko. This is a chameleon.
Oh, all right. Well, sure.
He's
It's another insurance, folks. Ross, thanks so much for the presentation, brother. Great techniques used there. I was thinking about using that in UI interface styling.
Oh.
Because I was like, slicing things up, atom arrays. There's a lot of different ways that you can do it. For those of you tuning in, we're live. We can chat. You got questions, we got answers. You got Ross. So for those of you, if you didn't catch his deadpan sense of humor, you're just never gonna get it. Like it's all the time. Like when I met this gentleman, it was like, oh, you're really weird, or oh wait, you're also funny. Oh wait, you're weird and funny. Oh, this is perfect. Like in a good way. So just So it's just like, oh, what's going on? Yeah, he's actually funny.
I'm very off-putting. Yeah, I accept
it. Yeah, you've offended everyone. Congratulations, sir. Thank you.
I'm used to it.
So, we did have a couple questions coming in. This is career-wise. I know, like a lot of you, some people have issues with NFTs and all that. We're putting that all behind. Like Ross actually does it professionally, so we just keep it really simple and talk about it. We don't have to dive into it. This is not an NFT show. It's a creative show. He just actually uses creative to make NFTs. So a lot of people are doing it. It's a thing. It's not a personal thing, and we're not going to be shilling all the things. It's just what people are working
Yes, we
on
are.
and doing professionally. So that's unless you're Ross, then you're just going to be, here's my T-shirt, here's my affiliate link, right? You got your Amazon affiliate link, and here's your YouTube. Yeah. So so somebody was just wondering, are you still doing that full time, or are you doing other things full time?
No, I'm doing that full time. I'm starting auctions this weekend actually, but that's all I'll say on that. I won't push the point too hard.
They know how to find you, just so you don't hit the panic button on a lot of people. But yeah, so he is still doing that full time, which just kind of brings me to your path as an artist. Like, so before this world of NFTs and stuff like that, how were you developing as an artist? What were some of the things that inspired you? What kind of moved you into working with the creative tools of cinema and animation?
Well, it's funny. I think my TA from college is actually in the chat right now. Hello, Nate. So I kind of had an idea. I wanted to be an artist because I would spend all my time just like making things. Funny enough, but in a very, I guess, design first kind of way. And then it occurred to me that I should probably do that for a living. So I took a very general education course called Digital Art and Design at Full Sail.
Okay.
And I was introduced to a lot of different facets of the creative production process there, like video editing, videography, photography, Photoshop, and so on. And the thing that really grabbed me was 3D. I sort of had a bit of an aptitude for that, and so I kind of pursued that, and it was very easy to beyond what my formal education offered because of resources that people like David Ari have put out, Ryan Talbot, my former roommate, and so on, which are just freely available on YouTube. So it was very easy to pursue that track. And so I did a lot of self-educating for a few years. And yeah, that's kind of the story goes from there.
So in that, what are some of the things that excite you about the creative world? Because using the different tools right now, like, okay, this is where we're at, but are there any projects and techniques that you're looking to explore? Because it's one thing to okay, you're generating creative. Is there anything that you've seen creatively lately that you're like, oh, you know what, I'm inspired by this? Somebody was asking, and this is an actual question I can cross off my list, is was this inspired by Doctor Strange? Did any of this
no,
absolutely no inspiration from Strange?
No, actually, I don't think I've seen that movie. I think I've seen the Avengers, so I know who that is, but I haven't seen the actual movie. Was this something that kind of appeared?
Well, there's no. I think they're looking at the original Doctor Strange, and where there's reality warping, so things are kind of breaking up in segmented pieces, and it's very Mandelbrot and fractal in nature.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
No, actually, it wasn't. But that's interesting that kind of exists there. I'd say I get a lot of my inspiration from the natural world. That and just kind of like I mentioned, just going into Cinema 4D and screwing up polygons. That's just kind of that's my MO, I guess, in the software, is I'll just go in there and I enter some kind of fugue state. I see red and hours pass, and when I wake up, I've clicked enough buttons and I've created something I don't even recognize by the end of it. Somebody says I got my start gathering roadkill for taxonomy or taxidermy.
Are they wrong?
Correct.
They are correct. So good. 2 points to that person right there. 2 points with taxonomy. This is fun. I'm sure people are going to get super creative now. So let's see here. What's his opinion on Disco Diffusion and Night Cafe and all other AI creative tools? Oh, that's a good question. So yeah, do you work with other? Talk to us about AI creative tools and your thoughts on it.
I'm not familiar with with those names. AI creative tools. I think that's something fascinating just from what I've seen, kind of going around. Like I'm sure everyone's seen it at this point. The algorithm, you can just like type in, okay, make me a picture of this in this style and so on, and then it just makes it, and it's like very good, like it's very effective. Yeah, and I think, I don't know, I can see why that would scare like a lot of people, like someone thinking about getting into illustration, but in my opinion, that's going to be a boon for the industry rather than I don't know, something that should be scared of, because I think
not a replacement.
No, because I mean, if you consider your skill set limited to just clicking the actual buttons and executing the thing, then okay, I could see why that might scare you. But you know, I think being an illustrator, being an artist is a lot more than that. It's the conceptual side of it and knowing what to put where, I guess, and what to create. I think that's a huge part of being an artist. Even though I don't really go into Cinema 4D or anything with an idea of what I'm going to create, and it just kind of emerges, I think that's still like, I don't know, that's very revealing, that process, that, you know, you can't just go in there and you can't really just go in there and tell an AI to make something and then just expect that to be enough. Maybe for like the headliner of a news article or something, you know, that's fine. Right. But I doubt that's anyone's full-time gig, is making news article headlines and things like that. It
once was.
Yeah, actually, I suppose it was.
Until AI. No, here we go. So this is where things get scary. So someone mentioned the Riddler of Polygon. Like that's not bad. I mean, Riddler's pretty famous. A lot of saran wrap though. You're gonna have to double down on.
I have my gas mask back there. I can throw that on whenever I'm creating.
Jasper, but do you have saran wrap? Don't forget the saran wrap. My favorite line.
Probably down there somewhere.
You probably got it.
Yeah.
So when it comes to like learning different techniques, are you constantly learning, or are you usually like clicking buttons to learn and explore, or are you like checking out this show, the training series, MoGraph TV, all the different things? Are you like? I should be, and I and this year that's a resolution that I plan to act on. It's May. It's May. What do you mean it's a new resolution? You're halfway. I've had a busy year. Okay. Oh, okay. Fair enough. So, like, I'm going to kind of delve into that for just a moment. The process typically occurs when I'm in there and I've already built something and I'm trying to create more with it, and I'll have an idea like, oh, what if it did this? But then I'll do my best to try to figure that out with what I know thus far. Sometimes you just hit a wall though, and you can't really go anywhere. And at that point, you start looking on the forums, and you start Googling, which leads you to the forums, and then you get some convoluted answer, and you're like, oh, there's got to be a better way. So you go to YouTube. That's typically how it happens. It's more organic, I suppose. Like when you get stuck, it's like you're at a stuck point. Now I got to figure out, has somebody done this, or is there a solution that I'm just missing that's already out there? And then one of two things will happen. I'll either find that solution and be able to, execute that, or I'll find something else along the way that I like even more, and I'll totally switch gears and then just start doing that and implementing that. And, even sometimes I'll start watching a tutorial and then they give you some introductory technique, or they stop for this little side thing along the way. And then I'm way more interested in that side thing all of a sudden. And then I just start I just throw the tutorial out, the whole rest of it. I'm like 5 minutes in and it's 20 minutes. And I'm just like,
on that one thing. Like, oh, look at all this stuff you could do with just this one little thing that they mentioned. That's kind of what I do.
So you're saying that you can owe your creativity to your short attention span when it comes to learning from others.
Yeah. Just, I don't know. I'm very intuition driven, rather than like sitting down, making a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Process. I'm not a process guy. I'm just like rapid fire. That looks cool. And I'll just follow that sort of intuition wherever it leads.
Nice, man. So somebody's wondering, what's his approach to weight maps on heavy objects? That is like a dad joke as well as something real as well. That it tends to get slow, they're saying. So have you been working on any like really highly detailed, heavy geometry and, you know, building out weight maps?
No, I don't use weight maps at all. I have, like, especially for landscape stuff, but a lot of the stuff that I've been doing lately hasn't needed any sort of weight maps. But what I have been using is just heavy geometry. The skull assets, for one, were extremely dense, but also the cryptobiotics that I talked about, those are also very dense and have to do with the volume builder. And you know, it really depends on the technique and how you can handle dense geometry in a way that might be more efficient. In the case of like cryptobiotics, I ended up finding out that, you know, an SDF is a lot heavier on processing power than a fog volume. In the case of the skull assets, I think I updated from like R19 or something to something a lot more recent, like S22, and I mean the program itself, Cinema 4D, was just a lot more efficient at handling that dense geometry. So that was kind of like a freebie. But yeah, I would say that brings on a broader point, which is just keeping your stuff updated, which is it feels like a cop-out answer, but I think it is helpful if you're running into like a lot of performance issues. It might not have to do with the technique. It might have to do with the software or even your hardware. You kind of have to wear a lot of hats doing this, you know? It's not just being an artist, you know, where maybe you have you know, you're an illustrator, or you've got, what's the program with the Apple Pencil and the iPad? Is that, it's not.
You like Procreate and.
Yeah, Procreate, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel like hardware is too much of a concern with a lot of that stuff, but when you're doing like advanced and heavy 3D things, you kind of have to wear the hat of a computer guy and a software guy and like all these different things. So that's sort of become another hobby of mine, is getting into computers and software, and you know, I build my own rig. Like many others. So
the TD role is actually like part of the skill set that you're developing as a 3D artist. It's understanding how the technology works with the hardware to maximize performance, and you know, what's possible, what's going to be heavy, what's going to be. You can't just throw everything at it and expect it to stick.
Yeah, it's hard to understate that, and so you kind of have to be a little left brain and right brain simultaneously, which, you know, I think some people can do. And then if you don't think you can do it, I would just say, like, do your best for as long as you can, because I never thought that I could kind of take on that role, but you know, I'm out here and I've managed to, just with time.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I think that's something like technically would be great for us to probably have on the show at some time, is some of the folks just technically to understand like how things are processing. Nosman would probably be a great one for that, to understand like order of operations, some of the under the hood things that would increase performance and stuff like that. But I'm always usually just a little bit late to the party. You know, I'm at Maxon, but I'm not on like all the beta and everything because I kind of like to get stuff with the artist. So it's like, oh, my pain points are your pain point. Like what I don't understand, like it just keeps me in tune, I think, with the community versus like, oh, I've been in beta for six months. I've already understood everything. I usually get everything with the artist. So it's like, oh, these are some of the problems. And so I'll hear about like, oh, what's new? Pretty much when everybody else hears about what's new. And then I'm always figuring out like, oh, that's been fixed. This is all these different updates. And, you know, I talk with my tech team all the time. So, that's one of the things that I think developing that technical understanding of how things are working is a huge part of this. I would probably say it's that 20% that people don't know that is, you know, really changes, you know, what you can do with everything. And
I wish that was something I could dive into more, but I'm like totally driven by intuition when it comes to this thing, because I was actually creating something in front of a friend of mine that doesn't have anything to do with this stuff, and something he noticed and was really entertained by was like I would just instinctually know when I was about to do something that was going to make the program or the computer like pissed off. Like I would know when I was about to like all right, I'm going to do this now, and it's not going to be happy about it, and it's going to chug.
Here comes the
like, well, how do you know that? And I'm just like, trust me, I just know. I've been doing this. Like, this is why I'm going to compulsively control S right now, because I know there's some risk incurred in what this operation that I'm about to partake in. And he thought that was really entertaining, and it was just totally like natural to me. Like I didn't give it a second thought, but somebody
muscle memory. It's just muscle memory. Like, oh, I know this is kind of dangerous.
Yeah. Somebody though that, you know, like you mentioned, Noseman, that kind of knows the details of that more. Yeah. Always great to hear those people listen to it, because it's like, oh, so that's why I, you know, my thumb and, you know, middle finger is always on the S, control S whenever I'm about to do this thing.
I just know I'm supposed to save now. Like this, what am I supposed to probably save before I do this operation? Somebody was bringing up, is real time the future? And someone else said real time is the present. Everyone near me is asking for it. And I think that's we are definitely seeing that. I mean, we have, you know, with Redshift RT and like the demand for it. No one wants to wait for anything anymore ever again. Like, where's the teleporters? Like, why is there traffic? You know, isn't this
Jules Urbach is working on them. But yeah, I mean, real time is the inevitable future, right? Like that's where all this stuff is going, because I think having to like click render and then wait for a render is such a like 2020 artifact. It's something in like 2030, 2040. New artists are going to be like, you guys had to wait for renders? That's just like blowing my mind right now. And then you're just like, shut up.
Yeah. And I guess it wouldn't even be rendering at that point. It's just, you're just creating final. It's just, everything's final. Fingers crossed for that. And for that, you're going to need a 2780 or 2790, because it's not going to be a 3090. It'll be like 2790. It's like, so once the hardware gets there.
XTX 2020 2020 2020.
Yeah, that's what we want, the 9090. Yeah. So I think one of the things that we're going to be running into is, and we've seen this technologically, is the technological push. As soon as HD, okay, 2K, no 4K. 4K is old. We're on the 8K. 8K is like.
I don't know. When it comes to the pixel
resolution
density of monitors, there's only so far you can push it. Like, I'm not gonna, like, if I had an 8K monitor and a 4K monitor, I don't care who you are, you're not gonna be able to tell the difference.
I think the monitor technology is going to change. That's where we're going to start seeing more cubic and holographic, processing power. Because even as you see it today, like it. Speaking of Jules, he talks about like the amount of processing power actually needed for holographic screens is ridiculous. But that's for a whole nother. That's for a whole nother show. We'll do our hardware show at some point. I think it would be good to bring in
that would be awesome. I'd love
bring in a bunch of our hardware nerds to be able to like, all right, let's figure this out. But Ross,
my thing lately, before I go, my thing
Yeah.
lately has just been hertz and refresh rate.
Okay.
I can't do a 60 hertz refresh rate anymore. I made the mistake of getting gaming monitors, and now I can't go back. Like, I get nauseous
Really?
if I'm just using a 60 hertz display. Yeah, I've got to have at least like 120 hertz.
120 or
Or it
nothing.
doesn't. Yeah, or it doesn't feel smooth. It makes me nauseous when I'm moving things around. Yeah.
It's kind of like sport mode for me on TV. Like every TV I go to, I have to end sport mode because there's no motion blur and everything feels like it's on a stage with like, it feels like a kid's play for some reason.
I know what
Like,
you're saying.
Yeah.
Totally different though. That's I turn
I know,
that off
I know,
too.
But that's just, when it comes to visual, what things that we like and don't like. Ross,
The
thank you.
soapbox effect.
Yeah. Thanks so much for being on the show. We're going to take a quick commercial break, folks, and we'll be right back with our last presenter, Will Harvey. So stay tuned.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Let's start at the beginning. I'm Caitlin. I'm really excited that you're joining me for Brush Up. Pretty awesome. Big fan of this. Let's crank this brush up bigger. Add life to those illustrations. What do I have going on here? This little guy right here. Maybe I should make him pink instead. Now that I like. It's pretty cute. Now this is a fun one. You can play around with drawings that you might already have. Does this look good? Does this look right? With my reference screen, I can see the whole thing. Ooh, ooh, woo! Little isometric view. A little bit of grass here. I am a rat enthusiast. Procreate, illustration, and animation. Simple as that, and it's all perfect. This is going to be a great resource for you. You'll be inspired and equipped to tackle your own creative projects right away. Grab your iPad and your Apple Pencil and let's brush up. Boom. Roll credits.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. We are here, and it is time for our final presenter, Will Harvey, also known as Rev.
Hi, my name is Will Harvey, also known as Revelo. I'm a 3D digital artist and motion designer that creates visual loops and content for musicians and artists. Here's my demo reel. I've created content and VJ loops for many musicians and artists, including but not limited to Lil Nas X, Lil Uzi Vert, DJ Diesel, aka Shaq or Shaquille O'Neal, and the City Girls. I create content for their performances or for their festivals, and today I'll be showing how to create a VJ loop from scratch using Cinema 4D and doing post work in After Effects. So let's take a look at the scene that we're going to be making today. So if we take a look at the scene that we're going to be making today, it's pretty simple. It's not anything too crazy. We're going to be using a majority of the things that are in Cinema 4D. So if we take a look, we have a few spheres being cloned onto a sweep NURB. We have a few tubes, as well as some spline to spline wraps. So we're going to be doing a little bit of a sketch and tune look today. Just something that can be visually interesting as well as being not too hard, something that's easy to get into. So if we play this through, we can tell that there's a few things changing. We have some changing of the spheres. We have a few different particles into the scene. There's a lot going on. Just something visually that can change the way you look at it, but also loop as well. So if we go to the beginning of the timeline, you can tell that this is the beginning. So if we go and skip to the end, nothing has happened. And that's what you want. When you're looping, you want to be able to have the beginning and the end be exactly the same so that it can have that continuous loop. Now you can do different ways of looping. You can do some cuts, you can do some things like that. But this is the simplest way to be able to create something like that. So if we play it through, it seamlessly loops. And what's great is we have different things changing. These spheres grow. If you look pretty close, you can tell that they grow and shrink over time, just to add some dynamics throughout the scene. So let's jump into a new project. I'll show you how we get to this final product right here, and then we'll go into After Effects after to do some post work, some color correction, some basic things, and then you'll have yourself a VJ loop in no time. So we have a new scene here. We have just a blank canvas, something for us to work on. For the render settings, I just have the basic. I didn't change anything. I didn't do anything crazy to it. If you want to, you can make this 1920 by 1080 basic high definition resolution. So you can do that. I will probably keep it at 1280 by 720 just to keep things moving quickly. So right now we don't have anything in the scene. We need to be able to build a tunnel. We need something in the scene for our camera to go down. We need to be able to go through this tunnel. So let's build the tunnel. So there are different ways that you can do that. You can either set up a cylinder and have it go along the spline using a spline wrap. That's one way of doing it, but I'll be doing it by using sweep NURBs, or what is now just called sweep. So I'll start off by taking the spline pin, and creating a spline. Super simple, nothing crazy. Super easy looking path. You can tell there's nothing too crazy about it. So, but here's the thing: if you notice, it's pretty jagged. What you want out of the spline is for it to be a lot smoother. When this camera is being animated along the spline, you don't want to have a lot of jagged edges on your spline path, because then it'll disorient, it'll look awkward, and it just will not work out. So instead of using the Bezier type in the object properties for the spline, we're going to change it to cubic. This will smooth everything out and make a lot of the edges not so hard. But the issue now that we're coming into is that there's a lot of just crazy turns. If you imagine that these VJ loops are going to be put on screens or on billboards or wherever this is going to be, you don't want to have a lot of crazy edges or turns, because that can disorient the viewer, that can disorient the person that is watching this, and you don't want that. This is to add to the performance, not so much disorient them and make them dizzy. So let's change this a little bit. Let's move some of these points around, make them not so aggressive around these turns. We're trying to make this smooth. This isn't Fast and the Furious. We're not trying to drift around these things. So let's move a few of these spline points. I think that looks fine. I think that's okay. I enjoy that path. So great. You can also move these up and down in the space as well to create a few hills, create a few more interesting movements throughout the scene, I'm just going to keep it like this, keep it very simple, and we'll just go from here. So one thing I like to do is I like to be able to do this somewhat to scale, since this is going to be very abstract and not so much realistic. We're not going for like a sci-fi look or anything like that, but I still want to be able to not have to make so many scaling edits. I don't want to have to keep scaling things up and down. So what I'll do is I'll scale this spline path a lot. I'll scale it up. I'll make it a lot bigger. And so I put the figure in there to try to figure out what that's going to look like. And I think it looks fine. I think it's okay. I think we'll go with that and you should be good. So as you can tell, I put in a sweep already. I went ahead of the steps, you know, but it's fine. So with this sweep, you're able to create the tunnel. Within the sweep, you're able to add in the spline as well as the shape of the tunnel as well. So if we throw in this circle spline that we grabbed from up here and put it into the sweep, we have ourselves a tunnel. Pretty simple, pretty easy. It's very powerful, a very powerful tool. So if we go into here, we can check and make sure that it looks the way we need it. Not too crazy, it's a tunnel. It's pretty much it, you know? So you got yourself a VJ loop now. No, but if we go in and check it out, we've got something ready to be messed around with. We can add some character to it, give it a little something something. I'm going to turn off the work plane so that we can go in here and not have to worry about that clouding up the old view space. So if we look through here, we have ourselves the tunnel, and I think I want to add some elements in here that can make it look a little bit, you know, a little bit better. It's just a tunnel for now, but I think we can add some elements to make it look interesting. Let's add a tube. Let's see what this tube can do. So if we look at the tube, zoom out a little bit more. Now, my idea or my thought is I want to be able to clone this tube in a certain way along the spline. So let's take our cloner. This just clones whatever you put as a child under it. So if we drag it to the cloner, it clones within a grid. But the thing is, we don't want it as a grid. You don't want to have it as a grid. It's not going to go along the spline path. So instead, we need to change this to object. So when we change this to object, nothing is going to happen because we have to assign what object this is going on to. Now, if we were to put the sweep in there, it's just going to clone it onto the sweep. And we might do that along the way, but for now, we want this onto the spline path. So instead of actually using the object, you can also use the spline path as something you want to clone onto. So if we drag the spline here into the object slot, nothing happened. It didn't see anything because this is scaled down. So, I mean, if we turn the sweep off, we got it. The tube is on to the spline path. That's a good thing. The problem is now the orientation is not correct. So as you can tell, it'd be kind of weird if we're going down this VJ loop path and we just keep running into tubes along the way. So it's not really what we're wanting. It's not the thing that we're wanting. So let's change that to get it to look the way we want it to and actually look like we're going through these tubes. We need to change the orientation. So let's figure out which one works best for us. And it looks like +Z is what we're wanting. Now, throughout this entire process, I'm going to be changing segments and different details within the object properties. This is all just by look and what you're feeling. I highly recommend stray off during this and just find what works best for you. If you want to make this just a tube in the middle of this tunnel, you do your thing. Go for it. I would love to see that. For me, though, I just want the tube to encase the outer part of the tunnel. So just enough to cover that outer part and we can lower the height here of the tube. And then I don't think the segments are up enough, so let's do the rotation segments. If we turn on ground shading lines, we can tell what the segments look like. So right now we have segments that we don't need. I mean, the height segments need to be brought down, so let's bring those down. I think the rotation segments look okay, so if we change that back, I'll show you. This is what it looked like before. Let's multiply by 2. Now we have double the amount of segments. I think that looks good. I'm kind of liking that. Now it's not too crazy right now. We haven't added any of the craziness that is of like the look or what we're wanting to go for, but we're getting somewhere. So I've added the tube in. I think I can probably raise this up a little bit more, add a few more into there. If we look at here, we can tell that it's the distribution of the tubes are not even. They're either clumped at certain corners or they're just not where we want them to be. So to change that, we can click on the cloner, go to distribution, and instead of using count, we can go to even, and this will evenly distribute them along the spline. So now that we have that, when we go through this tunnel, it'll evenly be distributed along the path of the tunnel. Okay, so now that we have that, let's go and add some more elements to this. I'm feeling like I want to add some spheres into here. So we could just take some primitives. We could take a sphere. We can change the type to icosahedron. This just makes it into tris instead of quads. It just gives a more even distribution of polygons around the object. I like to turn off render perfect, and I'll show y'all why when we get to the texturing and rendering side of things. I always turn this off. So let's add the spheres into the scene. Now I'm thinking what would be cool is if the spheres were coating the inside of this tunnel, like it's like a bulbous, just morphing thing. So let's add another cloner in. This cloner is so powerful, you're able to do a lot with it. It's insane what the possibilities are for the actual cloner in Cinema 4D. So let's change it to object like we had it before. Instead of grid, let's do object. And instead of putting it on the spline path, let's actually put it on the sweep. It's cloning it on the inside of the sweep, which is really cool. So what we can do is turn up the count, gives us a lot more spheres to work with. Let's take it to like 500. I mean, let's do 750 because I'll show you all a tip right here to get a variation of different spheres within the scene. What I also like to do is I also like to vary the spheres within the cloner as well. I like to be able to put different sizes in here. So if we do like one is at 50, one is at 35, one is at, let's say 25, and then we can go 12.5. Let's just say that. So now we have a random assortment of sizes and just a lot of different spheres that make it a lot more varied. But I still think we can take it a little bit further. So instead of just doing that as well, we can just go into the MoGraph tab up here, go to the effectors, and while still selecting the cloner, click on random. And what this will do is it'll randomly shift them at first, which is because the position is being checked off and the values of the positions are being put into the cloner. Instead though, instead of doing that, let's do scale. So if we take the scale to a value of -1, this will shrink them all at random values to basically nothing. So from 1 to nothing. So now we have a random assortment of even smaller spheres, even bigger spheres. I mean, it's all at random now. So if we take a look outside, we have nothing, but if we go into the tunnel, we can zoom in. Voila, we got ourselves some pretty cool looking VJ loop going on right here. It's still not done, but we got something. So I'm kind of liking this. I want to add a little bit more variety into it. So I think now what I would like to do is change the way the hull of the tunnel looks. So what we could do is duplicate our sweep. I just held Control or Command on the keyboard, drag left mouse button click and drag, and then we got ourselves basically a duplicate of what we just had right there for the sweep. But instead of just having this regular sweep, what I can do is poly reduce this. Now what this will do is it'll reduce the polys within the sweep to create this sort of low poly look, tri look within the sweep. So we can also try to lower that as well by lowering the number of subdivisions within the sweep. So if we go to our original circle spline path and lower this to something like half or 2, and then turn this back on, you can tell from the original to now. Now we have ourselves a deformed looking tunnel, but I like the original hull, the original tunnel hull of it all. So let's try to figure out a way to mesh both of these together. The thing that I really like about this look really isn't the actual shape, more so just the lines. I think I like the lines of this more. So what I can do to actually show that is go to the atom array, and if I hold Alt down and release, it then everything below that was selected becomes a child of the atom array. So we have that, our tunnel hull is gone. So we turn that back on, boom, we got ourselves that edged look from the hull. One thing I probably want to do too is raise up the reduction strength so that we get more just jagged looking, you know, craziness in here. Let's do like 97.5 for the reduction strength, and that gives us a little something, you know, something pretty cool within there. Whoops, there we go. So if we turn on our tube and our spheres again, now we got ourselves something in the scene that looks pretty interesting. Got this coming across, and as you fly through the scene with the camera, you want to have a lot of like detail going throughout this scene. It creates a lot of interesting movements, a lot of interesting paths, and it just makes the video interesting, basically. So I think I like this. This looks pretty cool. And what we could also do, we could also go in and add some more details to the outside of this. There are different ways that you can do that. Whatever you feel like you want to do, go do it. Nothing is ever wrong with this. You can, if you don't like something, there's always Control Z, undo. So always remember that there is a Control Z. So let's add this sphere into here. What I'm thinking is I want to have spirals going on along the hull of the tunnel. So as we're going through, you see just this angular spiraling going down the tunnel. One way that I think about doing that, is actually just spline wrapping it to the actual spline path. So I'll show you how to do that right now. So we have a cloner. The cylinder that I threw into the scene is in the cloner. We change this to grid to actually, instead of object, we would go radial. and change the plane to something like this, so it looks like we're going down it. Looks like a a radial mode. So yeah, I don't know if I want it to be completely circular. So what I'll do is I'll go into the cylinder, and instead of the rotation segments being 16, let's do like 4. I think 4 looks fine. Yeah, I kind of enjoy it. That looks cool. And to get the spline wrap to work, we have to create a null. We have to put the null, or we have to put the cloner in the null. So a hotkey for putting any object that's selected into a null is Alt G, Option or Alt G. I'll do that again. Alt G, and it'll put it into a null. If we open the null, we have the cloner with the cylinder, and we have all this going on. Nothing's happening because we need to put the spline wrap effector into the null. Now, this can be used by putting it into the cylinder, or as a child of the cylinder, and you can tell it's already done something. It'll put a bounding box around the cylinder so that when you throw a spline into the spline option, it will wrap that cylinder around the spline. It'll take it down that path. But we don't want that. We don't want just that cylinder. We want the entire cloner. So instead, the reason we put this into a null is because whatever the spline wrap is a child of, within that group, it'll take all the objects within that null, within that group, and put a bounding box around it. So if we take another spline wrap, put it within the null, it's all around the cloned objects in that scene, which is crazy. It's awesome. When I figured this out, this was like game changer. This is a game changer. It was insane. So we have this. I think right now it's going along the right axis, which is great. You want that arrow to be along whichever way the cylinder is going down. So right now it's going down the X axis. So we want to make sure that that's on the X. X or minus works either way. It's fine for this. I mean, if you want it to look a certain way, like let's say one side is different than the other, then you can do that by flipping them. You can just change the axis from plus to minus. It works, So in the spline wrap, we're going to take our original spline and drag that into the spline option. And you can see it's already done something. Now it's not doing what I want it to. Right now it is taking the cylinders that are within the cloner and trying to wrap them around the spline. The issue though is that there's not enough segments within the cylinder, so we need to up the segments. Not the rotation segments, but the height segments. And as we move this up, now it's starting to do what I'm wanting it to do. There we go. Let's change it to 36, keep it all even. And if we go into the tunnel, you can tell it's already doing it. It's wrapping it around that spline. But the issue is I don't want it to be so close up. I want it to be along the whole of the tunnel. So what we can do is just raise the radius of the radial up. You can raise the radius up and it will change and go along the whole of the tunnel. I kind of like that. The issue is it's super just straightforward. Let's give it a little bit of character. So if we go into the spline wrap, we are given a lot of options, including size, the spline size, rotation, as well as the bounding box that can be changed. Now, right now I want it to kind of spiral down this tunnel. So one way to do that is just go into the rotation, find the rotation in the spline wrap, and just move this up until it reaches the top. And as you can see in the viewport, it starts to spin. Now what it's doing is this is the start and this is the end of the spline. So if we move this up, it's rotating the start of the spline how many times you want it to do that. So 360, half is 180, you know, it can go from there. I want it to completely spin around so that when we start at the beginning of the spline, it all interconnects and looks correct. So let's zoom out a little bit. And I think that's good. But I don't know. I kind of want to add some particles, but I don't want it to just be another circle. I think what would be cool is if we add some cool geometric designs, things like that within it. Now, I'm not going to go super crazy. You can add in whatever you want, whether it be a plane, cube. You can add anything in there. If you have an object of Pikachu or something and you want to throw it in there as that, do your thing. Go ahead. Anything is possible within the world of Cinema 4D. So what we'll actually do for this demonstration is we're going to take a disc. Now the disc looks just plain, it's a plain disc, but what we can do is there's these notches, these little things right here that change the size of the actual disc. But there's also one right in the middle, right at the origin, that if we were to move this is the inner radius of the disc. So if we change this, we can change the size of that inner radius, which is great. Now we can get some different varieties of rings throughout this. That'd be pretty cool. So let's duplicate it, scale it down. Can probably change the inner radius a little bit more. I think that looks cool. So we have two of these. These are all going to be different sizes, variations throughout the thing. So if we add a cloner, throw both of these as a child of the cloner, it will clone it. That looks pretty cool right there too, but that's not what we're going for today. If we change the mode to object, and then the object, we want to make the spline. Actually, no, let's not do the spline. Let's do the sweep. Let's do the actual sweep. And instead of surface, let's choose volume. What this will do is instead of cloning on the surface of the sweep, it will clone in the volume of that object. So whatever object you choose, I'll show you right here, it'll clone within the volume of it and not so much on the surface of the actual object, which is pretty cool. You can get some crazy looking things out of this. Let's change the orientation to something like, let's do Z. That way we can see a bunch of these. There's not many in the scene, so let's up the count. We're getting a lot more. Let's do like 150. And what we can do is we can duplicate this random effector. Let's move it up, click on the cloner, go to effectors, and add that random to the effector of that cloner. And so we just get the same variation that we did with the spheres, just with these disc particles. As I'm noticing right now, the size of the discs are pretty big, so let's just scale it down. If we click on the cloner, it'll just scale everything under it with that cloner. So let's scale it down. That looks pretty cool. I'm fine with that. So we have that. Now we have some particles in the scene. I think there's some changes I want to make to it, but let's actually go ahead and get the camera in the scene, and I'll show you what changes I want to make to that later. So right now we have this. Let's start adding our camera in. So we have a camera. If you go up here, there's camera, target camera, stereo camera, motion camera, and a camera crane, as well as a camera morph. We just want the regular camera. So right now the camera is set up from the last position we chose when we clicked on the camera, when in reality we don't want that position. We actually want to have that camera go along the spline that has been created, the path that we created. So what we'll do is we'll right click on the camera, go to animation tags, And right under animation tags, there's align to spline. What this will do is it'll tell the camera, hey, go along the path of the spline. And depending on the position I choose, will be the position of the path that you're moving along. So let's move the camera down here. Let's stay organized. So we have all of our objects here, everything that we've created here. We have our camera. Let's go to our tag, and under the sweep, let's choose that spline, and I'll show you what it does. It moved the camera, but it moved it to the start position of the spline. Now, if you can tell right here, and if we go into the camera, if we click on this little thing right here, we're just facing the wall. But we don't want to face the wall because that wouldn't be as interesting. So I think let's go ahead and get this camera like centered up and looking like it's going down this tunnel. So what we can do is click on the align to spline tag, click on tangential, and this will align it to whatever axis that is that's been chosen. Now this will go straight down the path that we created, and if we move the position, voila, got ourselves a camera going down this tunnel. It's crazy, looks wild. It's a little sickening because we're just moving along pretty fast. So what we'll do is we'll actually change a few things within this to make it look better. So right now what I'm already noticing is the camera focal length is a little off. So I don't like to do anything that's like telephoto or super telephoto. Nor portrait or normal lens. Let's do like a wide angle lens. This can give us enough room in the scene to be able to like look at what's going on. So I kind of do that with a lot of my VJ loops in general. If you look at any of the VJ loops that I give out for free on my website, those will be majority of the time just wide angle lenses. So if we go in and look at what we have the camera, align to spline, and it looks kind of boring. Right now what I'm noticing is I'm not liking this atom array. It's too thick. I'm not a fan of it. So what we can do is we can click on the atom array. We can scale it down, let's say something like 3.5 for the spheres. And for the cylinders, for these big cylinders, we could just change this to like 1.75. Actually, let's go down more, 1.25. And in all honesty, we're not seeing all these subdivisions all the time, so we don't need it to be at 8. Let's try like 3. I think 3 will be perfectly fine for what we're doing. Now, we still have these particles in the air. The issue, though, is that they're just facing one way. When in reality, I want them to face the camera at all times. So what we can do is we can click on the cloner, go up to our MoGraph effectors, and there's an effector called target. Now this is kind of like the target tag within the animation tags. What that does is it says this object that the tag has always is going to be facing whatever object is selected or whatever object that is being put into the actual tag. So if we go to the target object down here, that is the object that we want it to face. So we added the target effector. Let's make sure that the effectors are added in there. And if we go to the target effector and choose the camera, these objects that are being cloned will always face that camera at all times, which is what we want. That's perfect. I'm still not completely there with it. I kind of want it to, I don't want it to populate the scene. I just want it to show up whenever the camera gets close to these particles. So what we can do is, let's change the seed a little bit, try to get something that looks, there we go. Now we can see it's all the way down this tunnel, but I don't really want that. I kind of want it to vary. I want it to look a little bit different as it moves down the tunnel. So what we can do is go to MoGraph, Effector, go to the plane, already added, the plane is already added. And what this will do is it basically just says, all these clones, change the position or change the rotation or change the scale. Super simple, nothing too crazy. What we want to do though is we want to change the scale. So if we go in and change the scale to -1, nothing. There's nothing going to be there, which is exactly what I'm wanting. sort of. What I want it to do is I want it to actually only show up when it's near the camera. So here's the way I do that. For any of my dust, for any of my particles, this is exactly how I do it, and it makes it a lot easier in the long run. So if we take the plane and we throw it within the camera, we can change the transformation of this. You can go into the coordinates and change it, or you can just hit the reset transformation button. You can also do Alt 0 or Control Alt 0, and that's the hotkey for it. But I've set it up right here so I could just click it, and it's reset its position, rotation, and scale to the camera. So now we have that, but there's no particles. There's nothing there. So what we have to do is we have to tell it, hey, within this radius of this sphere or of this camera, I want the particles to show up. So what we have to do is we have to create a field. If you've never used fields before, I highly recommend it. Amazing. You can do so many things with it, including with vertex maps, and it's just insane. Get out there, find info on it. It's crazy what you can do with fields. So if we click on the spherical field, it'll add it into the plane, and we can look right here and see that it's added the spherical field, but it's not big enough. If we look in the scene, all these particles have showed back up, but that's not what I'm wanting. I want the opposite effect, because what right now it's doing is it's saying anything within that spherical field, it's going to not show up. So as you can see right here with this ring, it's starting to go away once the field touches it. It's not what I want. What I want it is I want it to do the opposite. So if we change the minimum and maximum of the field, if we click on the field and change the minimum and maximum of it, we can see now out here, it's starting to scale down. Crazy. It's insane. Okay, so now that we have that, we can scale this up a little bit more, figure out what works best. We can change the inner offset of it and, just go from there. We have what we need right now. So now if we hit render, it's boring, really boring. So let's spruce this up. Let's do a sketch and tune look. So if we go to our material window down here, go to materials, create materials, and down here is a sketch material. This will create a sketch material. Anything that has to do with the strokes of the sketch and tune, this is where it's being changed. This is where you make the edits. So if we go in here, it's already added sketch and tune to the render settings. It's already added that default visible as the sketch mat down here that we've created. So let's say, let's change some things up. I want to distort the look of it, give it a little bit of jagged edges like its pencil look. I don't think it's that. I mean, if we look at it right now, it's too jagged. It looks not the way I want it to. Not a big fan of that. Let's scale it up a little bit more. So instead of 200, let's do like 500, maybe 750. That could work. Let's render it out again. I like that. It looks cool. I kind of enjoy that. So instead of that thickness, I think we can bring the thickness down a little bit more, but I don't want to do it with this. I actually want to do the scale. No, the noise, the actual noise. So what this will do is at different points throughout the drawing of that line, the noise will change the thickness of it. So let's change it to blistered turbulence. We can add a little bit of contrast, let's say like 7. The scale can go to something like, let's say like 300. That'll be fine. So if we render this out, you can tell that it's not showing up as much, which is exactly what I want. So that scaling worked like right here. You see it's thicker here, skinnier here. Works perfectly. Really like that. But there's no color. There's not a lot of color in here. There's nothing going on. We have our strokes, but we need color. So where do we get that? Well, we have to make a new material. So if we go down here to our material window, double click on the material window, we'll create a new material. And for this look, you can do different things with Sketch and Tune. If we go to our texture, click on this little arrow, go to Sketch and Tune, we can do art, cell, hatch, spots. These are different types of ways to add shading to your objects using Sketch and Tune. But I'm super basic. I'm not wanting to go for a lot of shadows, nor do I want to do some crazy cell shading or hatching. So what I'll do is I'll actually go to the basic part of the material, turn off the reflections, turn off the color, but leave on that luminance, because that's where all this is going to thrive. So in the luminance, I want to add, go to effects, and go to ambient occlusion. What this will do, if I place this on pretty much everything on here, there we go. It won't look like it's doing anything. It looks too bright. It doesn't look right. But if we hit render, whoa, that's insane. So what it's doing is it's capturing the occlusion shadows that are along the edges of the different objects in the scene. So along these edges, along this edge. So now we don't have just a plain white material on everything with all those lines. So now remember when I added the spheres in, I said I don't want it to be perfect spheres. Well, this is the reason why. So if we go to our spheres and turn back on render perfect, which smooths it out and makes it look like a perfect sphere, this is why I don't want to do that. If we hit render, and any second now, you can see that all these lines are intersecting and can be seen behind everything. It's just, I mean, right here, you're getting a lot of just random lines. And it's because it's rendering out these perfectly and it can't detect those edges as well. It's just smoothing everything out. So if we go into the spheres, we're going to turn that off. And now if we look back at it, it's not only quicker to render out, but you get a better look with the lines. So I think that looks cool. If we go into the Sketch and Tune, we can change a few of these things. I think intersections would be a cool one to put. I mean, if we look at that on here, you get a few different looks with that. Maybe let's turn it off. We can do overlaps. Let's see what the overlaps look like. Not anything too drastic. It's not changing anything really. I mean, we could try edges. We could do edges. Edges could do pretty well. Yeah, so with the edges, it's just giving us that wireframe look, but with the Sketch and Tune, which is pretty cool. Has its uses, so. But let's turn it off. I think we're good with that now. I think it's fine right now. So let's actually add back the ambient occlusion tag. If we go to the effects and then ambient occlusion, we can add that back. If we render it out, we can see it's back, and that's cool. Looks cool. I think it looks dope. Now we have the animation part that we need to get to. So we have everything in line. Let's go to our tag. Let's start at 0 at the beginning of the timeline. Hit this little diamond right here, which is the key. This is to give us a keyframe. And let's just skip all the way to the end where 90 is and set this position to 100%. Now we need to hit the keyframe button again, and that will give us a keyframe. Now let's play it back. Wow, that's way too fast. I'm about to throw up. Okay, so what we need to do is, it's a little too fast. We need to really bring the timeline, give it more frames. So let's change that to something like 360, keep it even. We need to change the position of the keyframe to back to 360. So now let's give it another play. We can see that plane effector is working, and it's getting a little too fast. So yeah, as you can tell right now, it's easing in and easing out whenever the end of the timeline comes and the end of the loop comes. So I don't think I like that. I kind of want it to be consistent throughout. So what we can do is we can select the keyframes, change it from spline to linear. It'll be constant throughout the entire timeline. So now when we start, we're just going through this. It's pretty simple, pretty easy. Yeah, I mean, it worked. So now that we have the animation going, you can go in and change the color of this. I mean, you can go in and change different settings, different things. So if we want the cloner for the spheres to be a different color, we can. If you make the mix node to multiply, you can change these colors and still have that ambient occlusion affect everything. So I mean, we have this, we can change the color there, go here and change the color of this cloner. Let's make it like green, and just add a random green, and you can go in and change things and make it look the way you want it to. Now let's go into After Effects and I'll show you what I did in Post Effects. Okay, so now we're in After Effects. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you basically how I take this and do post effects to it. It's not too much, but I wanted to show it and see, you know, just let y'all know what I do with my VJ loop. So what I did was I dragged in that PNG sequence in that folder. I just grabbed the folder, threw it in here, and then created a new After Effects composition by just dragging the sequence over this little icon. So here we go. Got ourselves the old sequence here. So if we press play, nice. We got ourselves something pretty cool. Looking pretty dope. And it should loop right here. Now that's a 12-second loop that will go on for as long as you want it to. One thing I kind of want to do is I want to add some lumetri color. Add that to the adjustment layer. What we could do is we could go to the color wheels and we can give it some different grading looks. Let's try and with the shadows, let's do like a little bit more warm tones. Go cooler with the mid-tones just a little bit, and then for the highs we can go back to warm just a little bit. I kind of want to give it that like paper, that worn paper look. It's already sketch and tune, so we can add a little bit of that like old grimy paper look. Yeah, it's by look. It's whatever you feel like works. So if we turn it on and off, you got a little something's going on. I like it. I kind of enjoy it. Now this might not be the final look. I might find something different. I might think, oh, this could look better and things like that. But that's over time, you'll figure that out. And with the time you have with the project, you'll figure out what works and what doesn't with what you've created. What I want to do is I want to add grain. So let's add some grain to it. Let's go to final output. I don't want to see that preview. Let's do a preset. Let's just see what works best. So if we go to this, let's do the Kodak. You can see it added a little bit of grain. So we turn it off, turn it back on. I enjoy that. I think it looks cool. And yeah, I would probably add some dust layers to this as well, like some film dust layers. But for now, I kind of enjoy this. It's not, I don't want to add too much because I don't want it to be bogged down with just a bunch of just random stuff, but I kind of enjoy this. It gives it a cool look. It's got that playful vibe with that sketch and tune look, and it just gives it a lot of interesting, it's got a lot of interesting shapes within it. So now that's the end of my presentation. I hope to see everyone creating their own VJ loops from what I've presented, and go follow me on Instagram at Revelo Stuff, or on Twitter at Revelo Stuff. Pretty much anywhere it's Revelo. Tag me, let me know what you created. I would love to see what y'all are doing. Post it on YouTube, share it to the world. I would love to see what everybody has created. I want to thank Maxon for allowing me to present and show this project off. It was really fun to be able to create this specifically for the presentation. Thank you so much. Hope y'all have a good one.
Welcome back. I am here with the one, the only Will Harvey, aka Rev. Rev, man, great job.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
Yeah, so we do have some questions diving in. People could pulling in the chat. And once again, chat, if you have questions for Rev, we do have them now. This is a great time to ask. So just go ahead and at Matthias Omatola in the chat. My team or I will grab it and make sure we open up that question. So first question of the day is, do you ever mix sketch and tune with Octane other passes? So are you doing any combining or blending of your passes?
I've never actually done something like that. I think it'd be a cool idea to be able to mix like sketch and tune with like Octane. I know Octane has like a tune shader type of thing going on. I think the issue with what Octane has is it's not usually made for, you know, tune type materials. It's made for like, you know, regular, you know,
PBR.
like yeah, PBR stuff. So it's not, you know, but it'd be pretty cool to do like a mix between sketch and C4D sketch and tune along with like that PBR look from Octane. You know,
yeah,
it'd be a cool
nice, something blended.
Yeah.
Do you do much in compositing workflow? Are you you know, working with After Effects or other compositors, or do you usually just go final right out of Cinema?
I try to do as much as I can within Cinema, like get as much down to like the whatever's in the Octane camera tag, like exposure, gamma, things like that. Get all that down in Cinema 4D, so I don't have to do that in After Effects. But I do a lot of post work when it comes to like compositing atmosphere, fog, particles. Sometimes, depending on the situation, I'll use like trap code particular or you know, plugins like that. I'll add in glow, lens flares to spruce up the scene and make it look a little bit better.
Okay. Yeah, no. So let's get as much of the color correct. Basically, you want it looking as good as possible, and then use every cheat possible for particles and everything else.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if I'm gonna wait that long for a render, I want it to be good coming out of Cinema, you know. So I want to try to get the best look I can out of the 3D program, and then if I need to, I can color grade and do everything later on, if needed. So
very cool. So in your concepting and your process, so somebody was wondering, like, where do you draw inspiration from? And do you have a concepting process? And they're saying a concepting process for new techniques. So I guess your concepting process as well as techniques, like where do you go to kind of farm your techniques and hone your skills?
I mean, when I do the everydays, that's when I kind of just experiment and like figure things out as well. And over time, over the years that I've done the everydays, I've learned new techniques and new skills to be able to get from point A to point B. A lot of my concepting is mostly just like going out, finding real world elements. Sometimes I'll see something and be like, oh, that'd be cool to add in to a scene like this. Like I could make it either look like dystopian or utopian, or I could, you know, make it look very weird or abstract depending on the situation at hand or what I'm feeling at the moment. Usually with the everydays, it's so quick. I got to like figure something out, get it done, and upload it before time ends, you know. But when I'm doing like a VJ loop or anything like that, sometimes it'll come from the everydays itself. I'll make an everyday and be like, oh yeah, that could be cool as a VJ loop. I just animate a camera, animate a few points and objects in the scene, and there you got a VJ loop. So,
which brings us to the next question, which is really important, and that's secretly Beeple. He didn't say no, folks. Didn't say no.
I am legally obligated by the powers that be to keep my mouth shut. So we're gonna
plead the fifth.
Plead the fifth. Next question.
No discrimination.
Objection. Yeah.
So, somebody's also wondering, look, before that, I'm going to ask this question because this is one that's on my mind, especially since someone brought up, are you a Beeple? And that is like, what are the biggest challenges with dailies? Do you find that do challenges come up, and if so, what are they when you try and kick out a piece of artwork every day?
Well, like if a new challenge comes at hand, it's like I think that's the best time to have it is during the everydays. You don't want to do it while you're on a big project, If you could try to get that challenge on something that you're working on your own, it's a lot better. And if I were to problem solve and go through that challenge, I would probably like during some of these everydays, I'd be like, oh, I've got to do this, but is there another way, an easier way to do it, because I'm pretty sure there's been an everyday where I made it way too complicated. I was just, didn't know that there was this other way to do it. And so then I would go back and on the next day and be like, oh, let's try to see if I can make it a lot simpler. Let's see if I can make it a lot easier to get to that same solution, that same goal, the end product,
So you do sometimes go back after it's done and you ship it, then you're like, oh, I'm sure there's a thing, and then you'll start studying it or diving into problem solving.
Yeah, I never go back on like a previous everyday. I try to make something different, or not completely just like brand new, but I try to go back to that like if I'm doing a Sketch and Tune render, like I've been doing the past few days, I've been doing a lot of Sketch and Tune stuff. I will like experiment with different strokes, different distortions within the Sketch and Tune, different ways to move the strokes of the outlines, intersections, things like that within it, and shading as well with the textures. I've tried to add like bump maps and normal maps within there to try to change up the look of the objects that are in the scene, as well as color and just different things like that, to try to see if I can get a different look or a different idea across with it. And then after a while, I'm just like, I want to try something a lot different, and then go on to a bigger challenge from there.
Very cool. So you basically will learn as you go. Like, okay, I know that this is a technique that I want to get better at. Great, I'll just do more of it within the iterations you do on a daily basis.
Yeah. I mean, I try to challenge myself every day when it comes to like the everydays, or with any there's some projects I want to try to challenge myself. I want to try to like make a grander looking image on a project. So I try to challenge myself there, but I really try to challenge myself with my own personal work when it comes to the VJ loops and the everydays, because that's where you start to learn more and grow as an artist and as a 3D artist as well, technically. So the more you do that, the better you can become. So I always try to find something new to be able to add.
Cool. Let's see here. Somebody is wondering, have you ever considered doing medical animation? Looks like he would be great at educational videos. So any medical or educational videos?
I think I talked to somebody out of Atlanta. I can't remember the guy's name. I met, it was at a like the road show, and he was doing, it was out of Atlanta.
Nucleus? Is it from Nucleus?
Maybe. I think his name is Eric.
Oh, yeah. Eric Smalls.
Yeah. And awesome guy.
Presented with us. Yeah, he's presented with us several times. Eric Smalls is great.
And he started talking about it, and I was like, at first I was thinking, oh, this is cool, and then I was like, it's probably not my cup of tea, it's not the route I want to go down, but I know a lot of people that really enjoy the medical field and actually enjoy making stuff for that, and it's so cool to see what they make, because it's something that I probably would have been like, oh, that's like a cool way to concept, like, blood vessels going through a vein, or like how the brain works, like a cool design of the brain. Like, that's, it's cool to like see and
Yeah, it's one thing that it's actually one of my favorite shows is and upcoming pretty soon. So I'll be there in Iowa. If you're going to the Association of Medical Illustrators Conference, I'll be there in Iowa. I think it's late June, July. I have to double check my schedule because my mind's on Boston, but it's amazing because one of the things is talking to all the different illustrators and animators, and them coming up to you with like different things that they're looking to solve problems from. If it's joints, if it's using like cloth solutions. So they're asking for some of the just like the craziest things that are happening in the body that are just routine or diseases or anything like that. And then like literally everything in cinema it is like a tool to use it. It's a really creative process when you think of like, oh, how do I create that function within the body using simulations, using cloth? It's a really fun thing, but it also needs to be very technically accurate. So that's one of the biggest challenges too, is like when people try it, it's like I've been told that people who will do like backwards brains, it's like they'll design the brain backward. Like they've seen like some of the craziest stuff, and a lot of them are double majors, like art and science. So pretty cool stuff. Let's see. Somebody's wondering, how long have you been doing dailies, and how do you come up with a title? Oh yeah. So do you have a title process, and how many days in are you now on your dailies?
Oh, good. Oh, God. Okay. Let me look. 1,362 to yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. I still got to make my daily today. So, about almost 4 years at this point. So, yeah, title. I don't know. Sometimes I'll just be like, I mean, a few of my artist buddies will we'll say it, and they'll just be we'll be in Discord or something, and I'll be like, hey, can y'all just give this a name, just name it, and they'll be like, oh, call it like dumb butt trash. I don't know, they'll just like it's something just like not, and I'm not very picky about it. I think the thing is, like, when I get deep into it, at a certain point I'm like, the name doesn't really matter, it's the image that I really care about,
right.
And it's fun to give it random names too, especially when we're in the middle of something. Like if I'm playing video games with some people, I'll be like, hey, name it something, and they'll name it something like some crazy move they just did from the video game, like a 360 no scope or something. I'll be like, okay, we're gonna add that as the title. That'll be the title, and it'll be a reminder. It's almost like a diary. You looking back, and you'll be like, oh, I remember that day. That's when we were playing Halo.
No scope.
Yeah, and he hit that 360 no scope. That's what's up with that sniper, Nice. And it's just like it's a catalog at this point, just to be able to like keep track and see what happened on that day as well. So I try to play around.
You don't use AI to generate your titles then?
Oh no. I'm pretty sure I've named some of them pretty similar. Like, I mean, of course, like the birthday one. Like if I do one on my birthday, it's probably gonna be like B-Day 2020. Yo, what up? Like, I don't know, something like that as a title. So
nice. Somebody's wondering what work you did with DJ Diesel.
That was for EDC, I think Orlando, and they needed like new VJ loops for that set specifically, and I'm pretty sure they still use them. Like I wouldn't be surprised. But they just needed some new visuals for that, and so they were like, oh, make it like cyberpunk looking, and have all this like crazy ads, as like the holographic displays around the city, and have it loop, and so we made like a bunch of fake ads. Like one of them was like a Pizza Hut, but it said like Papa Diesel or something, or not, it was Papa John's, but it said Papa Diesel,
Nice.
And then like one of them was like an ice cream cone, and it was like DJ Shack or something. It's a bunch of random stuff to add in the scene, things like that. And then I think we made another loop with them. I'd have to look back though. It was just things like that for the concert. So.
And you mentioned that you do have something for the audience, right? So you have a giveaway here. You're going to give away the seat. Is that right?
Yeah. So a majority of the VJ loops that I make, I give away the video file just for free. Like, go use them. They're Creative Commons, do your thing. You put them in TV slots or background elements. If you want to use them on Zoom, do your thing. Or you can use them for like your festivals or concerts or anything in the background if you want to use them. So this is the link will lead you to the scene file that was created for this presentation specifically. The video file will be given away for free as well with everything. So go in there, make your own VJ loop, do your own thing, take the concepts that were put together in this presentation, and you can make your own. So
very interesting. Super cool. Let's see here. Somebody is wondering what year, if you remember the year on that. The DJ Diesel.
The year. Which year? It was last year. It was 2021, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because somebody's in here saying I'm the creative director. I commissioned him.
Oh, really? Oh, shoot. Wait.
So yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I think there's a team in there. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, it was. Man, I gotta remember.
It was 2021. You gotta figure it out. But anyway, so they remember you.
Yeah, crazy. Small world.
Right? Small nerdy world. I love it.
Small nerdy world.
Yeah, and then Andy's wondering. I'm called Andy. For those of you who don't know, he presented with us at NAB, and he's wondering if you got his message on Instagram. So
dude, all honesty, like I need to like go back through my Instagram and like all my Twitter DMs and everything and like start answering them again, because I've been off. Like literally all I've been doing is just posting the everyday, posting the VJ loops, and posting like really important things that like, you know, like the presentation today. So I need to go back and start like answering DMs and start going back through there. I don't do the comments thing. Like I don't answer comments because I stay away from the posts. But DMs.
Wait, you don't want depression? Why not? Come on.
Well, no, it's like, but the thing is, people will always like message on there like fire, bro. And I'm like, okay, but where's the critique? Like what? Like give me some like dude. The color in this, the color scheme is shit or something. Like I don't know, like or just like or you know, give me some like critique or something. But then it'll be like, oh, this is bad too, and it's not really like
it's just a thumbs up or thumbs down.
It's like really weird. It's not constructive. Yeah. So it's, you know, I don't answer comments at all anymore.
Right. DM you if you have serious, you know, something serious artistic.
Well, if you have questions about the program, or if you have questions about like anything that I am always free to try and answer it. Now, do keep in mind there's an entire world here, so like I don't expect to be like I'm gonna be super quick to it, just because I've also have a life too and work and things like that. But do send a message out. And I will try my best to get to it, you know.
Yeah. Don't just go in the comments saying he never answered my comment, because he's not in there with the comments. Send him a message if it's something serious. Oh, Brian Coleman says tell Will we love him. Oh,
dude, Bry Guy, you're freaking awesome, dude. I love your work, dude.
Yeah, let's see. Somebody was asking link to the site. Looks like my team has already got that for me. So awesome. So that's there for you. You can check out Rev stuff. And then let's see, I think it brings us to the last biggest question of the day, and that is pineapple on pizza. And how much do you enjoy that?
Plead the fifth. We're gonna let's wrap it up.
You're done with all the controversy.
I'm not too political. Sorry, guys.
Too political. Gonna stay away from these political comments. We're gonna keep it creative. So, Will, thanks so much, brother, for being on the show. It was great hanging out with you at NAB as well. Looking forward to the next one. Keep sharing all that you're sharing. I'll put the link in one more time to download the files, everybody, so you can check that out. And until then, we will catch you on the next one next month. And if you're in Boston, once again, see me at the How Design Conference. I'll be there with Amanda Goodrow. So, you'll come by, say hello, and I'll have some goodies and some swag and stuff like that. But until then, stay creative, and we'll catch you on the next show.
Awesome.
Ciao.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
what up,
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community 24/7.